and I think they're going to call Jay Forts, and there's an issue I want to alert the court to on that.
All right, I'll take them a minute.
Unpacking it. So
Yeah.
yes, I
There's
don't.
an issue with that, and I need to speak to defense counsel.
Okay,
now.
absolutely.
Can I
You go
have a
ahead.
few
You go ahead.
moments?
If I can.
Yes. What is this, an exhibit number, or
Judge,
so you can
it
name it
was
for the record?
going to be, but I haven't marked it yet.
Okay.
This is the catalog that Mr. Forts was basing his opinion or his knowledge that when the Roni was available.
And let me just ask you this: is this the cover of the catalog, or this is a page in the catalog?
This is the cover, and then there are 2 pages that went with it. One of it was, so it's not the catalog in its entirety because he wants to keep the catalog, but there were 2 pages, one that says products that are going to be available in 2011, And then on the other side, he said were products that were available in 2011. So that's what he was basing it on, because the Glock generation, for the Glock Roni Generation 1 is listed on there. There is some fine print. He had sent us photographs, but whenever we tried to enlarge them, they became very pixelated. But on there, it then starts to mention the different numbers, because there are different Glocks that are available. And I don't have it in front of me, but 17, whatever the long list of numbers is.
Yeah, I know, I see it.
But underneath that, the 21, which is what we've been asking for, that shoots 45s, it says coming soon. And so when we were going over his testimony this morning, I said, this is what you sent us, and you still said definitively that this was out. And he's
based on, there was an inference upon the catalog.
Putting the catalog together, because it was on this side. He said it was already out, it was already in production. So when I showed him the fine print and just went over it, and I said, so it doesn't, even though this part says coming soon, can you then say definitively that it was still out? And at that point, he just kind of looked at me and he's like, it could have been, but now I cannot
It's
say.
A lot less.
Sure. So that's where I'm at. I know what I made representations to the court, and in his depo, he's saying it's definitively. But now that he has seen that, it's possible, but he does not have the same. So I don't know if we're going to call him or not. I told him I wanted to disclose it to defense counsel. Obviously, I wanted to tell you, Judge, because I told you, for me, it was a question of whether or not he could tell me that one answer. But now I am back to it's possible, but he honestly, because of the language, and he has no access to any of the records. When I called the Florida company, they didn't have anyone there beyond 2013. So, I mean,
I read his entire depo, not just the pages that each side had pointed me to, and it was very clear that he went back and forth a little bit, but at the end of the day, and my ruling was based on, he was very adamant, if this, which he assumed to be true, and this, then I'm sure. But it sounds like that foundation has eroded away.
Yes, Judge. And so because he said, like, Ms. Doherty, he apologized. He's like, he's having issues with eyesight. And when he saw the product there, because it was on the page that it was, products that were already out, he said, like, if that were the case when I made this magazine, it was already out and available. But there is that, when I pointed out the fine print, I said, but this is what it says too. Specifically, I've always been asking you about the 21, and he's like, no, that does change it because of that language.
Well, the fact that it says models coming soon and then includes the Glock 21 means that, I mean, all of his testimony about that this was produced for hopefully the manufacturer's show in October, but not always, but definitely for the SHOT Show in January. 2011. And if they were publishing this information coming soon, I mean, it almost seems to imply the opposite, that when this magazine was going to be at the SHOT Show in 2011, that the model was not out yet. So, I mean, if you think you want to call him and you want a ruling from me, I can give it to you, or you can think about it based on what his testimony is going to be and based on what the facts are, and not make me make that decision. It sounds like you're still thinking about it. You're still on the fence about whether you're going to call it.
I don't know. I'd like to talk to... I mean, I literally just found this out.
Right. No, and I'll give you some time.
Okay.
Let me ask you this, though. Mr. Grant, I know you want to... And I will, but I'm just thinking...
I'm praying. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just standing here. Go ahead, please.
The past 2 days, I've had the jury here before 9, and we didn't start until almost 10 o'clock. I think there's another witness. Can you all talk, with notes or whatever? We'll do the other witness, then maybe I'll give him a break, and we come back to if Mr. Porch was going to be the second witness?
He was, Judge, before Lugo. Yes.
So how about if we can all agree, let's get the jury in so that they think that there's a good reason they're here at 8:45. Get started, and then we'll do the other short witness. I'll give them a break, and we'll revisit Ports.
Okay.
You're welcome. Do you want this back, or does the defense want this?
Well, I think that's the defense copy. I provided it to them.
So, Mr. Grant, at the end of the day, I didn't let you be heard, but is that all right with you?
Yes.
Okay. We're going to get a witness on the stand.
Right.
They're thinking about whether they're going to ask me if they can call courts.
Right.
All right.
Then I'll get.
And if they want to, then I'll hear your side. If they decide not to, it's a dead issue.
I don't get to use my words right now.
Not
That's
yet.
right here.
Not yet.
Okay.
All right. Is the state ready for the first witness?
Yes, sir.
Defense ready for the first witness?
Yes. By the way, if it's okay, I'm going to sit right up here to zip in and zip out on cross-examination. All 2 of my questions. I'll be out of the way.
Yeah, that's fine.
Because as I mentioned, I'm going to approach the witness with
Not a
my
problem.
laptop.
Not a problem. All right, let's get the jury. Wow, it's 9:04. So yeah, we'll make up some credibility with them.
Write this down.
Write this down.
Michelle, is this a copy?
That's your copy. Oh, I'm sorry. I think this is yours.
Oh,
That's yours. This is your copy.
Oh, absolutely. Yes. Yes.
That's what I told you. Yeah.
You take stuff away from me.
And it looks like the break's going to be, or we're going to at least. Jury are present and seated. Everyone else may be seated at this time. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good morning and welcome back. Nice to see you all again. And again, thank you all very much for your patience with us and your very important service. First question, as always, when I see you after a break, is by show of hands, has anyone been exposed to anything about this case, or has anyone discussed anything about this case, either among yourselves or with anyone else, between the time you left the courtroom yesterday and the time that you returned to the courtroom just now, by show of hands? Excellent. Let the record reflect that there are no hands. Nothing really to apologize for starting late today. We're pretty darn close to 9 o'clock, so I'm proud of myself for that. So I am going to turn to the state now and ask them to please call their next witness.
Ronald Witt.
Witt, Mr. Witt. Mr. Witt, good morning and welcome. If you'll come forward to be sworn as a witness wherever you're comfortable, somewhere in the middle there, if you'll face me and raise your right hand. Thank you, sir. Do you swear or affirm any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
Thank you, sir. If you'll follow the bailiff now to the ramp that leads up to the witness chair, please watch your step. When you get to that chair, have a seat, make yourself comfortable. The microphone in front of you is on and it is adjustable. You may proceed.
Good morning, Mr. Witt.
Good morning.
Will you state your name and spell your last name?
Ronald Witt, W-I-T-T.
Mr. Witt, are you currently retired?
Yes.
Back in 2010, were you working?
Yes.
Who were you working for?
T-Mobile.
What was your title with T-Mobile?
I was a testifier.
As a testifier, are you a records custodian?
Yes.
Are you also what we called back then a cell phone engineer?
I was an engineer. I was considered as an expert for T-Mobile records.
All right, so when we're looking at your duties and your responsibilities for T-Mobile, does that take into consideration that you would pull and obtain records,
Yes.
provide those to law enforcement or to state attorney's offices,
Yes.
and then testify about those records?
Yes.
As part of your testimony, do you also talk about cell towers, their locations, their functions, things like that?
Yes.
Okay, let's first start by talking about T-Mobile cell phone records. How are these records created?
The records are generated automatically as a call or text or any time the phone is used over the network. That information is gathered at a central collection point, and then when we in the office would receive a legal demand requesting information for a particular phone number, we put that number in the system, the program, with the date range it's requested, and then information that's available for that time frame and for that number that's requested will come out as a printout or in a electronic format.
Okay, so I want to back up and kind of walk through some of that piece by piece. Are records kept specific to a phone number?
Yes.
Now, before we get into kind of the weeds on this testimony, it's 2023 right now, right?
Yes.
In 2010, were cell phone capabilities and records very different than they are now?
Yes.
So when we're talking about the records related to this case, this is in 2010, fair?
Correct.
All right. So in 2010, were records kept specifically for a phone number?
Yes.
Is a phone number associated with the records, not necessarily the handheld device itself associated with the records?
Correct.
So when we're talking about a phone number being associated with a device, in 2010, was it fairly common that one phone had one phone number?
When you say one phone, do you mean one handset?
One handset, yeah, sorry.
Well, the handset would, again, the phone number would be assigned to a handset one at a time.
So when we're looking at Google Voice numbers, things like that, where you can have multiple phone numbers working off of a handset, that's not necessarily the case back in 2010.
Jet leading.
Rephrase.
In 2010, did we have the standard capabilities to have more than one phone number working off of a handset like we do in 2023?
No.
Okay. So in 2010, when we're looking at cell phone records, what data is collected at the time of each call, text, or data usage occurring?
The records will show the date, the time that for phone records, for call records, it would be the call is initiated. Either the user initiates the call or they're receiving a call. It will show the duration, the length of the call, that there's a connection to the network. It will show whether it's incoming or outgoing. It will show the number that's connected to, that's either calling in or they're calling out to. And when it includes cell site, it will show the cell site that registers for that call.
Okay, we're going to get to cell sites in just a second because that's going to be a completely different side of the records we're going to talk about. For the records themselves, are those calls and all of the information you just testified to logged into T-Mobile's system at the time the call is made?
Yes.
Is that record generated at the time that call is received onto the cell phone service provider?
Yes.
Are these documents kept in the normal course of business for T-Mobile?
Yes.
And when these documents are kept, are they housed in a way that is secure to ensure that the records remain accurate?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 97.
I've looked at them, and I think we've talked about this before, so nothing else.
Mr. Wood, have you had an opportunity to previously review these records?
Yes.
And are these records in the same or substantially same condition as the last time you reviewed them?
Yes.
Judge, at this time I'd ask to move an evidence which was pre-marked as State's Exhibit 97 as 97.
Sounds like there was nothing additional this time, Mr. Grant.
Yes, correct.
They'll be admitted.
Okay, Mr. Witt, let's talk about these records. There's a screen off to your left. And I want to talk kind of specifically first about subscriber information. So I'm going to show you the first page of the records. And I'm going to back up a little bit. Is Metro PCS and T-Mobile the same parent company?
I'm sorry?
Is Metro PCS and T-Mobile the same parent company?
Well, they merged together, and Metro kept its same brand name. So sometimes when companies merge, one company's name will go away. But in this case, a decision was made to keep the Metro brand name, but it's one company.
Okay, so when we're looking at records that say Metro PCS, is T-Mobile and Metro PCS housing their records through the same company?
Yes.
Okay, so let's look at the subscriber information that we're seeing here. On cell phone records, do we see the subscriber name included as part of the records?
Yes.
And is that what we're seeing up here in the top left-hand side of this document?
Yes.
Does T-Mobile or Metro PCS or whoever the cell phone provider may be assign the name to the records, or does the subscriber get to choose the name that they're using?
The name at point of sale when the account is activated, the individual subscriber gives that information, and that's entered into the system.
Does the subscriber name mean that that's the person who actually would be using the handset device?
For Metro, no.
All right. So when we're looking at Metro PCS records, does the subscriber name matter for the records as much as the phone number associated with those records?
Because Metro is prepaid, which is the information that's given at point of sale is not verified. It's just, again, the name that the subscriber wants to put on the account. But all the records, the call detail records, are associated with a particular phone number.
All right, so the phone number associated with these call detail records is located where on this document? Go ahead, and there's a
Yeah, you
yardstick
said
right there.
the yardstick, you can use it.
Straight in front of you
Right in front
on
of
the
you,
rail.
You'll see it in two locations. Under the search number, this is what you enter into at the time that program, which again, it looks at that particular number, records for that particular number. And you'll also have it right here, MDN, which is mobile directory number. So it'll also
So when we're talking about the records in State's Exhibit 97, what is the phone number associated with those records?
813-735-6222.
So you can have a seat. So any records included in State's Exhibit 97, do they correlate to that 813-735 phone number?
Yes.
Now, when we're looking at these records, and I'll show you the first page just to kind of give some perspective to it. This is going to be page 1 of 21 from State's Exhibit 97. Now, I'm going to scroll in so that we can talk about some of this. The date that's listed over here on the left-hand side, what is that date telling us?
Well, this would have been the, may I stand up?
Yep, go ahead.
I guess I mentioned previously, when we receive a legal demand, it will have a specific phone number and a specific date range the record is requested for. Up here you can see where that, again, that number I read off previously, the search number, and then here are the date range that the records were requested for. So this first page, search date was from the 4th of November 2010. So here you have, that's the beginning date range for the records.
Do we start at 12:01 a.m. on the first date of the requested records?
Yes.
So when we're looking at that first line on this document of 11/4/2010 with the timestamp of 03104, is that what we would consider to be 1:31 a.m. on November 4th of 2010?
It would be 12:31.
Sorry, 12:31. You're right.
I should mention this uses a 24-hour clock, sometimes referred to as military time.
Go ahead and have a seat, because the next things that we're going to talk about are going to get more into universal time code. So when I say universal time code, what am I talking about?
UTC is a standard used in timekeeping, sometimes referred to as Greenwich Mean Time. So you have to adjust the time. If the records are shown in UTC, you have to adjust the records for your local time zone.
And are Metro PCS records arriving to the person requesting them in UTC or Eastern Standard Time?
The records you just had on the screen, those would be in the time zone where the caller is physically located. In this case, the calls are out of the Tampa switch area, so it would be Eastern Time.
So when we're looking at Eastern Time, does that take into consideration either a 5 or 6 hour difference from Universal Time Code depending on what time of year it is?
Depending on the time of the year.
Okay, so the records that we see in States Exhibit 97, are they in local time, Eastern Standard Time, or Eastern Time?
Yes.
All right, so when we're looking at these records, I'm going to put page 1 of 21 of States Exhibit 97 back up. The time of 12:31 a.m. on that first line, that's local time.
Yes.
Okay, so then we've got a duration column right next to it. Is that the duration of the call?
Yes.
The column right after that, DIR, what does that mean?
Stands for direction.
And what does that information tell us?
It'll tell you whether it's an incoming or outgoing call.
So we're looking at records for 813-735-6222. So when we're talking about incoming and outgoing calls, how does that relate to the records and the handset device that the records have been pulled for?
I'm sorry, say that again?
All right, so when we're talking about the phone number we've got up there, is that essentially our home device? So if an outgoing call is listed, does that mean this handset device, that phone number is making the call?
Correct.
Compared to an incoming device, this handset we have the records for is receiving the call?
On an incoming call, yes.
Okay. The number, dialed number, what is that telling us?
That's the number that whoever holding the phone, that they punched in the phone to make the outgoing call to.
So when we're looking at the third line down where it starts with 511 and then 813, does that 511 in front of the phone number give you any additional information?
Yes.
What does it tell you?
It means a call that was not answered. It was forwarded to the voicemail platform.
So any call that has 511 in front of it, does that indicate to you it goes unanswered and to voicemail?
Correct.
Now the status on the next column kind of answers some of those questions as well. Destination number. So between dialed number and status, the destination number. What's that telling us?
Generally, they're the same. Again, the dial number is what you physically input into the handset. Where the destination number may differ is, let's say you're calling an organization that has one main access number, and then you're transferred to somebody at a desk, different desk. The destination number may be different, but generally on the records, they're going to be the same.
All right. Now you mentioned this a second ago. I'm going to skip a couple columns and come over here to where it says switch, and it has Tampa 1. What does that tell us?
The call went through the Tampa 1 switch. A switch is, and if you look at we have a switch list, you'll see different names like Tampa 1, Boynton Beach, things of that nature. That area is, for this case, Tampa 1 is just the cell sites that are in that general area of Tampa. They just go to a central data gathering point to the switch with information that is able to be retrieved.
So the sector and the tower, does that information, we'll get into kind of the details here in a second, does that information go to the actual physical location of a cell tower?
Yes.
So let's start with what is a cell tower?
The cell tower, or also called the cell site, is the physical location where the antennas are located that emit the signal that connects to the handset so that you can make and receive calls, make and receive text.
So if I pick up my phone and I dial in a number and I place an outgoing call, how is that call routed and connected?
Well, the system will, first it knows where you are. Your phone is always in contact with the network, so you have a general idea where the handset's located, so when a call is being routed in or routed out, it doesn't have to search through all the thousands and thousands of towers to know where you are. So it has a general idea, but the call goes to the tower that you're closest proximity to, or has that the system determined has the best signal, and then that goes through the switch, and depending if you're calling another T-Mobile number or a landline, or depending on who you're calling, then there's various, it may go through another landline, and it goes through all the networks, and all the other carriers have a centralized data, that figures out who you're calling, and then it passes the call on to for an outgoing call to where the other handset's located or the other landline's located.
So when we're talking about cell towers, if I'm using my cell phone, does it connect to, for the shortest version of it, the closest cell tower?
Well, it looks for has the best signal. Generally, it's closest in where you're physically located to. Again, if the system determines you have a better signal on a tower that maybe it's a little bit farther away, then it will route it through that tower. You still have to be within the physical range of the tower.
So when we're talking about a rural area back in 2010, is our tower spacing, for lack of a better word, going to be greater because of fewer people and not as heavy of cell phone use back then?
Correct.
All right. So when we're looking at a tower, fair to say that that tower can be divided, some of them, not all of them, into 3 sections or quadrants, sectors.
Leading counsel testifies.
Rephrase it.
How's the tower split up?
With the towers, as mentioned before, that you connect the antennas that met the signal. Generally, the towers are 3-sided. In other words, there'll be 3 sectors. Think of visually, if you're going to draw it out, think of a 3-slice pie or the Mercedes symbol. But Metro would also have a lot of 6-sided towers. So you just divide the sectors in 2, so you have 6 equal spacings around the tower.
So how do those sectors give T-Mobile or Metro PCS additional information based on tower connection between a cell phone and the tower itself?
Well, each sector has each antenna is pointed at a certain direction, and so you will know that if you connect on, say, the number 1, for example, anecdotally, the number 1 sector on our tower, which generally faces north, in our cell site listing, it will show the specific azimuth or direction from that tower that antenna is facing, so you can narrow down the location of where the handset's located.
In order for there to be any records through Metro PCS or T-Mobile of cell phone activity, does the phone need to be in use?
Yes.
Now let's make sure we're still talking about 2010. Were cell phones back in 2010 as sophisticated as they are in 2023?
Well, the handsets are somewhat more sophisticated, but what became gathering more information was the overall network, what information was available that was just captured and put in the records.
So when we're looking at records from 2010, if the phone is not in use, will there be a record?
No.
When we're talking about a phone in use, what does it mean to a handset device? I know I keep saying phone, sorry. If we're talking about a handset device being used, what does that mean?
Well, the individual is either making a call, or receiving a call, or making a text or receiving a text.
If a call or a text is not incoming or outgoing, do we have a record?
Well, if I understand the question, if there's no calls or no text, then there's not going to be a record.
And that was fair, because the records exist, but maybe not for that time span.
I'm sorry?
So I probably worded that question poorly, because you still have records for a phone. You just wouldn't have records for that specific time span if there was no usage.
Jack, leading counsel testifies.
Hold on. So but you still have records for.
I can
Rephrase it.
If no calls being made from a handset device, will there be a record of use that's recorded by Metro PCS?
No.
If the phone is not sending or receiving a text message, will there be a record of use stored by Metro PCS?
No.
We have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I approach the witness? Thank you, sir. I'm going to give you State Exhibit 97. These are the 21 pages for the month of November, right?
Plus the subscriber page.
Correct. Thank you. I thought that was part of it, but it's a subscriber page plus the additional
Yes.
records for the month. All right. Have a couple of questions for you, and then I want to talk very briefly about cell tower. So the first page that you were asked to look at, and I'll pull it back from you in a second, follow up, is the subscriber page, right?
Yes.
And the name of the person is on the subscriber page.
Correct.
All right, I'll ask you a couple questions about that. I want you to go through, if you don't mind, just thumb through, and I want you to go to November 25 of 2010 for me and look at those records.
25th of November?
25th of November, yes, sir. I want you to please look at those records. Let me know when you're done.
Okay.
All right.
I see them.
Yes, sir. I'm gonna pull them back. I just wanted you to have a chance to look at them
Okay.
for yourself, and I'll throw them up on the board in just a second. Let me have you put that back together, just in case I didn't see your method there.
Okay, there we go.
Excellent. All right. All right. So first of all, talking about the subscriber information here, if I got it, we see this name right here. We see the name Amy Keetley, right?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you an obvious answer. Here's your obvious answer to my question. Who's Amy Keetley? Don't know, right?
Whoever made
Gotcha. So Metro PCS was a part of the same company as T-Mobile, but for consumer view, they could be different companies, right?
Correct. They just, again, a business decision was made to keep the two names.
And the reason why I say that is Metro PCS is a prepaid phone, right?
Metro only offered prepaid or advanced pay service.
Right. So you have a phone and you could buy minutes and use them as you see fit.
Well, Metro actually, you bought a whole month worth. They did a month at a time.
Gotcha. So there's a monthly plan, right?
Prepaid, yes.
Right. So who Amy Keetley is, how she relates to anybody who may have used the phone, you would not know, right?
Correct.
You just have that name, right?
Correct.
It's not uncommon for family members to have more than one account, or at that point in time, more than one phone, and not as it's done today, but have a family plan, right?
Yes.
All right. So there's nothing curious or alarming to you if the person who's opened that account, Amy Keetley, if somebody else used that phone.
Correct.
And of course, we can agree that the subscriber may or may not be the person who uses the phone, right?
Correct.
I've got kids. They like to use my phone, right? Sometimes happens. True?
Yes.
The records that we have throughout this month of November, as has been asked a couple of times by the prosecutor, just shows the phone usage, right?
Yes.
Incoming calls, outgoing calls, text messages.
The current records are phone calls only. Text records were kept in a separate database.
Now, you talked about cell towers, and I'll ask you about this because you said a couple of things. First of all, when we make a call, we are, I say we, the handset device, and by the way, you use handset device for a specific reason, right?
I'm sorry?
Let me ask the question a little bit better. All right, so this is what we would call a cell phone. I know I'm in 2023, but a cell phone device you call a handset, right?
Correct.
And these work on radio signals, basically, right?
Yes.
And that's how the cell tower gets involved, right?
Yes.
And you know that other devices that use the same technology work the same way, such as a hotspot, a router, those types of things.
Yes.
They require connection to a cell tower as well, do they not?
Most to cell tower or to Wi-Fi,
Some type of connection.
electronic signal.
Right? And just like these records are gathered, so too can records of routers and hotspots be gathered, right?
Yes.
And they will give the same type of information as these records, generally speaking.
It should be similar, yes.
Correct. And from that, we can see what connects to what. And by that, I mean what device connects to what tower, right?
Yes.
Can we agree, well, let me set the question up a little bit better. When a call is placed, when a router is connected, it will look for the nearest tower, right? That's where it's first going to go.
If it's operating off of cell signal only, yes,
Yes.
it will look for the best signal. Generally, as I stated previously, it will be the closest in proximity.
Right. Not just generally, but usually the closest.
Generally, yes.
All right. So I'm going to ask you, we talked just a little bit this morning, right? And you said that you spend some of your time down here in Florida and some of your time in another state. Do you remember that?
Yes.
I'm going to be ridiculous with my question here. If you're going to use your cell phone right now, it's going to bounce off a tower in Florida, not the other state that you live in.
Correct.
Right? So when we talk about this idea of the closest being generally where we're going to go, there are multiple cell phone towers in an area, right?
Generally, yes.
And when I make a call right now, it's going to try to get the best signal from the closest tower, right?
That's what it primarily looks for.
And if for some reason, that's why we drop calls sometimes. The
There's
signal
other
can't-
reasons why they drop it.
Right, that's fair enough. There's multiple reasons why, but sometimes we can drop calls because the tower cannot hold the signal for some reason.
If you, once you're connected, generally it's going to hold it. If you're moving, the system will pass it,
From
from one tower to another tower. Depending on other various factors, if the call drops, either you moved out of range of the signal that was passed.
Right, we've assumed I'm stationary.
I'm sorry?
Well, the questions I've asked or have been asked by Ms. Hodges assumes a stationary person holding a cell phone, right?
That assumption wasn't made, but it's generally, most people think that you're standing still.
Correct. But when we're moving in a car or something like that, we can pass from tower to tower.
Yes.
And sometimes we can drop calls. Yes?
Yeah, they do.
And you talked about how the towers are directional, either 3-sided or sometimes 6-sided, right?
Correct.
We can tell sometimes not only which tower we use, but which side of the tower.
That's indicated in the records.
Sure. And that's how we can get more detail about where someone may have been.
Correct.
Not only am I using this tower, but I'm facing northeast. Something like that.
Correct.
As far as your, and the same thing goes for a wireless router or a hotspot. True?
They operate a little bit different because generally the range for those, especially a routers in maybe an office building or whatever, it's going to be a much smaller range.
That's right. They're not going to be as far, are they?
Correct.
And so they're going to stay within a range of where they are. Right. They're not going to bounce from tower to tower as easily as other things if there's movement.
It's different because, again, routers are designed for, again,
Shorter
more like
space.
office space.
Shorter space, compact space,
Yes.
right? So they're not going to be as reliable in movement as a handset or cell phone, are they? Right?
Generally, no. We don't operate the system, the records don't indicate anything with routers, it's cell-site only.
But it's the same technology with a router or a cell phone, true?
Similar, yes.
Well, they've got to bounce off towers.
Well, a router emanates a signal that's accepted by the handset.
Sure. And bottom line is we need these records to do that.
Your records, if they're available, yes, you need that.
So let's go to November 25 of 2010. See if I can pull that out a little bit here. I'm going to start at the bottom, and here's my finger. I'm going to go a little bit. Is that big enough for you?
For me, it's fine.
All right. So here's what we have. We have up top, I'll show the date and the time, the headings. And I'll go down here because I want to look at November 25th of 2010, right? Okay. You see that there's an outgoing call. I'm looking at the bottom line, and it goes across that the call is answered, and it is on Tampa, switch Tampa 1, right?
Yes.
And then we see 100 in this column for the tower. We see quite a bit of the number 100. I'm going to get to this 303 in just a second, but we see the number 100.
Yes.
Okay, and that will tell us that is Tampa 1 Tower 100.
Correct.
And you also see there's activity where we have tower number 303. I'm going to pull that across. That's on November 24. Oh, sorry, I'm off the screen. November 24, 2010 at 10 o'clock, right?
Correct.
So I'm going to approach you, and I'm just going to start with at about 1 o'clock on November 24th. See where my thumb is?
1300?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
You got the military 24-hour time going. 1300, 1 o'clock. Looking down, any activity that phone has connects to Tower 100 except for that one at Tower number 303. Do we agree?
Correct.
Now, we talked this morning about the list of towers, and you gave that to us, right?
I'm sorry, you were facing that way? I didn't hear.
My bad. We talked this morning about the Excel spreadsheet that was provided with the towers.
Yes.
And if we printed all those up, it would be knee-high because it was throughout the whole state.
Be a lot of pages.
Sure. I'm going to approach you with it. Same thing I showed you earlier this morning. This is what was provided to us from you. Okay?
Yep.
If you want, I can go all the way up to the top to document. That's what. Okay, we're good.
We looked at it before.
Yes, sir. This is switch Tampa 1 right here.
Yep.
Okay? And this is Tower 303 right here. Yeah, do whatever you need to do to guide, cheat, whatever, to make sure you get it right. I want you to tell me the address for Tower 303. Go ahead.
It's 12415 US 301 North in Parrish, Manatee County.
All right. Can you please say that again one more time, because we're not printing out all these records.
Yeah.
I want to make sure the jury has an opportunity to hear that address again, and a little bit louder if you don't mind.
12415 US 301 North, and that's in Parrish, Florida, which is in Manatee County.
All right. And can we agree, based on the records that are in evidence, that phone was in use at 2201, which is 10 o'clock p.m. on November 24th, and utilizing that tower. I may need to show you.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry, we took that back.
Yep, 10:01 p.m.
Now, I'll scroll with you, please, to Tower 100, and hopefully I get it right, so we don't have to go all the way through the document. And by the way, while I'm scrolling, I mentioned this idea of a hotspot or router. I was using them interchangeably. You know what I mean?
Yes.
By that idea that you in 2010 could plug something into a computer to generate internet off of a cell tower, right?
Correct.
Okay. So when I say wireless router, hotspot, MiFi, that's all the same thing, right? You know what that is?
Yes.
Okay. Let's see. I think I'm there. Is it on there?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I'll go back again. So before I ask you to read this address, will you please confirm for me that what we've seen, as I mentioned, every cell phone tower activity on this device from that November 24th at 1300, 1 o'clock p.m., is on cell tower 100, with the exception of the one we just had in Manatee County.
Same cell tower, a couple times as the sector switch, but it's always 100,
Always 100.
except for the one call.
All right. Will you please tell the jury the address of that cell tower?
3107 Willow Road, Wimauma?
Waimala. You're
Waimala.
betraying you're not from here. That's okay.
Hillsborough County.
I want you to please, since the jury's writing it down, I want you to please repeat it again loudly for them to make sure they have that.
3107 Willow Road in Wimauma.
Waimama. You get. We say it 3 times. You're going to get it. Waimama. That's okay.
Take your word out.
There you go. You could pay me back by some of the cities in your state from what we talked about earlier. So every activity that connected to a tower when it was in use was at this address in Waimama.
Correct.
All right. I'm not going to make fun of you for mispronouncing the name. Not at all. The point that I want to make is this address that you read in Waimama. You do not know personally if that has any relevance to this case, do you? You do not know how close that address in Waimama is to any potential relevant place or address in this case. Is that right? And anytime that cell phone is, or device, or whatever is connecting to that cell phone tower, it's going to that 100.
Except for the one call. Correct.
Except for the one call. And by the way, that would seem to suggest a consistency of location, right? Or within that tower 100, right?
For the record shown, yes.
Correct. Now, there is a time where the phone is not being used. Somewhere between 10 o'clock on November 24th to 7:30 in the morning on the 25th. Is that right?
Correct.
Shall
I remember. Yeah.
Yes, that's why I was one step ahead of you.
Yeah, you have 9.5 hours.
9.5 hours?
Yes.
Is that around the bedtime area?
I'm sorry?
Is that
Speculation.
How sustained.
10 o'clock at night to 7 o'clock in the morning?
7:30.
7:30 in the morning? Phone's not used into that time frame, of course.
I'm sorry?
The phone is apparently not being used in that time frame.
There was no recorded activity on our network.
That could be for a variety of reasons, right?
Speculation.
Sustained.
Okay? I'm not asking for the specific reason. The phone's just not being used for 9.5 hours. Right?
There's no activity recorded on our network.
Let me. Sorry, a runaway question, real quick. Are these phone records or cell phone text records?
These are phone calls.
All right. So the text records, where are they?
These are just the phone records. I don't know if they were requests or not, but text records do not show cell site.
I understand that, but text messages show usage, right?
Yes.
And you didn't provide them because they didn't ask you for them?
Again, I don't know that far back if what was requested. They're recorded separately and produced separately.
I understand. You just don't have them, right? And did not provide them.
They weren't presented.
Right. And you're the records custodian.
Correct.
And you respond to requests made by prosecutors, and you respond to requests made by law enforcement officers, right?
We respond to requests by any
Sure.
lawful, if it's a lawful subpoena, court order, whatever, we respond to that, regardless who's providing the request.
Do you recall the date that you were asked to get these records?
No.
If I asked for these records in 2010 right now, I would not be able to get them because they're not kept anymore, right?
They're no longer there.
These records are kept for a finite period of time. Is that right?
Correct.
Text message records are kept for a finite period of time, right?
Correct.
As well as any other records from any other device, such as a hotspot, a router, or a MiFi, right? They're kept for a finite period of time.
We don't maintain those kind of records,
Sure.
but I would say probably.
Right. As far as the text records that could have been requested in this case, how long did they have to make that request?
Back then, the content of text, I think, was kept for 6 months. I'm trying to remember because they no longer keep content. They haven't for a while.
Right.
If I remember going back that far, it was about 6 months.
So there was a time frame where they could have gotten usage from text messages and the text messages themselves, right?
Correct.
And there was an additional time where they could have gotten usage of the text message, right?
Correct.
So when we say that this phone was not being used for 9.5 hours, that's just based on calls, right?
Correct.
And there's nothing to suggest that that phone was being used at all
Just for the phone, for we have for
that time
actual
period.
voice calls.
For that time period. I have nothing further.
Redirect?
Okay, Mr. Witt, I want to pick up where defense left off with text messages. Are there other means of capturing text message, date, time sent and received other than records through Metro PCS or T-Mobile?
Yes,
Would the handset device itself contain that information?
it could, yes.
Okay. Let's talk about the addresses that you and defense went through for Tower 100 and Tower 303. When you read that address off, what was what address did that correlate to?
Which one? There were two.
Either one. So Tower 100.
Tower 100.
You don't need to go back and look at the records. My question's a bit more general. When we're talking about Tower 100 and you give an address, is that the address of the tower itself?
It's generally the same location. If you look at the data sheet here that I call it the phone book of cell sites, it also has a latitude and longitude. The specific location of the antennas will be the latitude and longitude. The address is an administrative address. Almost all the time it's the same or the general location. Example is if you, let's say the tower's in a large park and the park has an entrance. Let's say it's, 1 Main Street, whatever. Well, the tower may be physically located a little bit inside the park, so the latitude, longitude will be a little bit different than the actual, let's say, entrance, or if it's a building. So to get the exact specific location of the antenna, you would plot the latitude and longitude that's shown in the records, and again, generally, they're very close together.
Address is giving you the general location.
Yes.
The latitude and longitude is going to get you to the exact point.
That's correct.
Okay, so when we're talking about that, the antenna itself is at that lat-long coordinate, not the handset device.
Object, leading, counsel
Rephrase.
testifying.
Rephrase.
Where's the handheld device?
Again, from the records, you get a general location based on the cell site location and the azimuth or direction of the sector that it registers on, and then looking at approximate range of the cell site signal. So you just have a general area where the handset may be located.
But not the specific address you gave.
Correct.
All right, no other question. Thank you.
May this witness be released and excused by the state?
He's released.
And the defense released and excused?
Subject to recall, please.
All right, you may step down, sir. You are subject to recall. You don't have to wait outside, but they'll let you know.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I know it's a few minutes early, but we are going to take our morning break now. Please do not discuss the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Please do not do any research related to the case, and please avoid all reports of the case outside of the courtroom. This will be one of our normal morning, mid-morning breaks where we'll bring you back in when you all are ready. All rise for the jury. jury has exited. Everyone may be seated. Before we talk about that witness, I'm looking for my chart. I know that I have several copies of the chart up here. I believe it's seated in number 10, previously 130. Apparently indicated to the bailiff yesterday after we excused them, where I said we might go late, that she would have child care problems if she had to stay past 5:30. So if we plan on staying past 5:30, we're going to have to bring her in and inquire with her. I just wanted to put that out there because she said it to the bailiff. The bailiff told me, I don't think we need to do anything right now, but if we make a decision that at any time we know we're going to go past 5:30 or start going past 5:30, we need to bring her in and question her about her child care issues. All right, so let's now talk about, and I apologize, it's Mr. Ports?
Ports, Judge.
Yes. What is the state's position regarding Ports?
Judge, we're not going to call him.
Okay. Well, I think that takes any issues off the table regarding Ports. Is that correct, defense? You can't make them call them.
Can I have a moment?
Yes.
Just going back to the juror, can you clarify for the record, is that juror number 10 or juror number 12 that indicated the issues?
Let me just make sure. Oh, 12. Did I say 10?
You said 10, I just wanted to make sure. Okay, juror number 12.
Really? I said 10. I have it on the chart here.
That's okay.
Not even close. I don't know where I came up with 10. But previously 130, seated in seat number 12. Number 12.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
As far as Mr. Ports and his availability to testify, non-issue. We may have some issues to argue sprouting out of that later, but at least we don't intend on
So
calling
he can
him.
be released and fly back to wherever he came from?
Yes.
Okay.
He can go back to where he came from. I like that. He got his trip to Tampa.
He got a free trip to Florida.
Right.
All right.
So I can release him or no?
Yes.
Release.
Correct. Release.
Okay. All right. Excellent. So let's go ahead. Who's the next witness?
Judge, it's going to be Lieutenant Lugo. I just need some time to pull all of his stuff.
Sure.
Okay.
Go ahead and, I mean, you know how I keep saying 20? You know it'll be 30, so
Okay.
hopefully that's enough time for you. I'll check back in, say, 20 minutes, and we'll check with the jury, if you're ready.
I'm going to grab Riley.
No wonder she's always happy.
We only wear it with the long sleeve shirt. Short sleeve shirt, we don't.
All right, let's see. Can you check on the jury? Thank you. And then we'll see if we're ready for the next witness.
Judge, for my cross of Mr. Lugo, we're going to have to do quite a bit of setup.
Right.
So I don't anticipate that she's going to finish before lunch, but if she does,
We'll take our afternoon break, however long you need before you start the cross.
okay.
It's usually a good breaking point for witnesses in between the direct and the cross.
It's probably going to be lunch, I would imagine. I think that's what she's going
We'll ask Ms. Doherty.
Yes, Judge. Sorry.
Not a problem. Mr. Escobar was just indicating that he's going to have some setup too in between the witness and didn't know if you thought you might be done at lunch and he could do it during lunch. I said if not, we would do it. We'll take our afternoon break.
Judge, I'm not sure if I will be.
Right.
I may be. I don't know. I just not sure.
All right. Well, if we bring them back in here now, it's 10:30. An hour and a half gets us till noon. So that's usually my plan. I don't like to keep them more than an hour and a half.
That's fine.
So if it goes a little bit past, that's fine too. And if you're not done, that's fine. And Mr. Escobar, I will give you as much time as you need by giving them a break, even if it's an early break, to set up.
Judge, I have shown the exhibits that are not already in to Mr. Escobar. I don't know if he wants me to continue to show him, or since you've seen them, can I just approach and introduce?
You can approach and introduce.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Oh, well, he's indicating the jury ready. Are you ready?
I'm ready, Judge.
And Mr. Escobar, are you ready?
Yes.
All right. I don't know how he can hit a terrible timing, so now I told him 1 second. Deputy Estella, we're ready. I'm not either.
There should be.
I'm just going to yell around. I don't know.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Do you have radios? There he is. We're ready.
All right, jury in the courtroom.
Jury is present and seated. Everyone else may be seated at this time. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, welcome back. Obviously, that was our morning break. The plan now, as you know, I don't like to keep you for much longer than an hour and a half at a time without a break, which would take us right until about 12 o'clock. So we intend to break for lunch right around noon, maybe a few minutes after. Let me ask, though, did anybody talk about the case, or was anybody exposed to anything about the case during the last break? By show of hands. Let the record reflect there are no hands. Again, thank you all very much. And at this time, I'm going to ask the state to please call their next witness.
State calls Jose Lugo.
Jose Lugo. Is it detective or what is it?
Lieutenant now.
Lieutenant. Lieutenant Lugo, good morning and welcome.
Good morning, sir.
I need to swear you in, so wherever you're comfortable in that middle area there, if you'll raise your right hand, please. Thank you. Do you swear or affirm any testimony you give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God?
Yes, sir, I do.
Thank you, Lieutenant. If you'll follow the bailiff to the ramp that leads up to the witness chair, please watch your step. When you get to that chair, there is a microphone that is adjustable. You go ahead and make yourself comfortable. It looks like you might have some stuff that you need to unpack, reports or anything like that. You're welcome to do that and put it over there on the side in case you need it.
Okay.
You let us know when you're ready.
I'm good.
All right, you may proceed.
Please state your full name for the record.
My name is Jose Lugo, Josclugo.
How are you employed?
I work for the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office.
What is your position at the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office?
Right now, I'm assigned as a lieutenant for the District 3 Patrol Division.
As a lieutenant for the District 3 Patrol Division, what are your responsibilities and duties?
Right now, I'm the one of the shift supervisors, which I have 4 line supervisors, 2 sergeants and 2 corporals, and about 20 deputies, and we're responsible for the area of District 3 for patrolling.
How long have you been with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office?
It'll be 20 years next month.
Did you have any prior law enforcement experience before coming to the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, I did 9 years as a law enforcement officer in the state of Colorado in Denver.
Back in 2010, what unit were you assigned to?
I was assigned to the homicide section.
And what was your position then?
I was a detective.
How long had you been a detective in the homicide division in November of 2010?
I think it was 2.5 years, 2 years and 5 months, I believe, to be exact.
And were you a detective in other divisions prior to coming to homicide?
Yes, prior to going to homicide, I was the jail detective for 6 months. And prior to that, I was a detective working on the cover for almost 4 years for the Special Investigations Division.
And did you, after you were a detective in homicide, did you have any other supervisory roles in homicide during your career?
Yes, after 7 years as a detective in homicide, I got promoted to corporal, and I got to stay in the homicide section. I did 3 years as a corporal, got promoted to sergeant. I left, worked professional standards in one of the districts, and I went back as a sergeant, and I worked another 1.5 years as a sergeant of the homicide section.
Lieutenant Lugo, were you involved in an investigation involving the homicide of Sergio and Juan Guitron that occurred on November 25th of 2010?
Yes, ma'am.
What was your role in that investigation?
I was assigned as the lead detective on the case.
When were you assigned to that role?
It was the same date of the incident on November 24th.
When were you first alerted to respond to that particular investigation, and where did you go?
I received a call about 3 o'clock that morning to respond to the scene in Ruskin, which it was 604 Ocean Miss. And I arrived there, I think, about 4:30 in the morning.
When you arrived, had HCSO, the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, had members from your office already been out there?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you describe to the jury what you observed when you first arrived?
The crime scene was secured with crime scene tape. There was no traffic coming in and out. It was dark. They had some lights trying to see and work the scene. There was another law enforcement officers there. Patrol was there. Other detectives had already arrived.
When you arrive, are you briefed by other supervisors that are already on scene?
Yes, I was briefed.
Who did you receive your briefing from? Do you remember?
It was Corporal Bowman.
Did you become aware of whether or not there had been any 911 calls in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And first, let me ask you this. You said that you were assigned as the lead investigator, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the jury what is the role of a lead investigator, the lead case detective in a homicide case?
Yes, homicides are just the type of cases that you don't work alone, there's other people involved. So every homicide, there's at least 3 detectives that work it, depending on the size of the case and the tasks that are required. So you usually have a lead detective, which is responsible for the case. I always try to call it like the filter of the case, so the information should come to you, and the lead detective is in contact with the supervisor that usually on scene at the crime scene. So all information gets filtered through the lead detective and to the supervisor. There's usually a detective assigned to the crime scene, which that's their job, is to interview that scene, to process and see what's happening at that scene. And also, usually there's an assist detective, which would assist the lead detective with interviews. So like that, you have two people listening, at least at the beginning of what's going on.
In this particular investigation, who was the detective that was in charge of the scene, the crime scene detective?
And that was Detective Hollis.
And then you said you had an assist, is that correct?
Yes.
Who was the detective that was in charge of the assisting you with interviews?
It was Detective Schramm.
Now, you've listed 2 detectives. Are there additional detectives from the homicide unit that can respond and assist with other tasks that need to be performed in a homicide investigation?
Yes.
Did that occur in this particular case?
Yes, there was, I want to say, about 20 detectives that got involved in this case at one point or another.
When you got your initial briefing, when you first arrived, were you alerted to the number of victims that were in this particular case?
Yes, when I received the call, my supervisor told me there was 6 victims. One that was deceased at the scene and 5 transported to the hospital.
When you arrived, and I think, did you say that you arrived after 4?
4:30.
4:30 a.m. in the morning, is that correct?
Yes.
Still dark outside?
Yes, ma'am.
Was the victim, was Sergio Guitron, was he still there at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
And even if, though, that there is a case detective responsible for documenting the scene, do you yourself still make observations and review the crime scene?
Yes.
At the point that you were there, was there a case detective, a crime scene detective there, as well as crime scene investigators to assist with processing and documenting the scene?
Yes, ma'am.
Was there, at that point, arrangements made to start interviewing witnesses and or surviving victims?
Yes.
Did you yourself start to conduct witness interviews on that in the early morning hours of November 25th of 2010?
Yes.
Where did you do that at? Where did you go?
My interviews were conducted at the District 4 office.
And who did you interview at the District 4 office?
I interviewed Jose Rodriguez, Diego Lucas, and his brother.
Is that Walter Lucas?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you alerted that there were surviving victims that had been airlifted to St. Joseph's Hospital?
I learned that from the phone call at 3 in the morning.
When
Yes.
you first got your phone call in the morning at home?
Yes.
Were there other detectives and first responding deputies who were assigned to go to the hospital in an attempt to get interviews of the surviving victims?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you know particular whether or not there was a detective from homicide that was tasked with doing that, responding to St. Joseph's Hospital?
Yes.
And who was that?
That was Detective Dirks.
And as the case detective, as interviews are occurring, are you being briefed about the information that they are obtaining during that course of the investigation?
Yes, ma'am.
Now I want to go back to, you're at District 4. Where is that located at?
That's right on 674 and I-75, pretty much where that new Amazon building is, right in Ruskin, Sun City.
And you had said that you had responded first to 604 Ocean Mist, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Where's that located at?
That's in District 4. That is just south of 674 and off of 7th Street or 7th Avenue Southeast.
604 Ocean Mist, is that located here in Hillsborough County?
Yes, it's within Hillsborough County.
The District 4 office that you've just listed and given us the address, is that the closest sheriff's office that is close to the location of 604 Ocean Mist?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that why you responded there to start to conduct interviews?
Yes, ma'am.
Now I want to particularly ask you, you said one of the people that you interviewed was Walter Lucas, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
When did his interview take place?
I want to say his interview was about 6:18 that morning.
And these witnesses, when you've listed 3 that you have interviewed, are they interviewed together or separately? How does that happen?
It's separately. We bring them in, they're brought in by patrol deputies, and then I take one at a time.
And why do you do that? Why are you interviewing them separately?
I want to get what each one of them have to tell me, not a story between all of them together.
And so the first one you interview is Walter Lucas, is that correct?
Yes.
And without going into the content of your interview with him or what he said, who is he in relation to this case?
He's one of the residents, and I think it's related to some of the victims.
And then you also said that you interviewed his brother, is that correct?
Yes.
What was his name again?
Walter Lucas.
I think you said Walter Lucas, he was the first one, is that correct?
Yes.
And who is Walter Lucas's brother?
Diego.
Diego. He was also interviewed that day?
Yes.
And when was he interviewed?
He was interviewed shortly after, I think about 6:30.
Okay. And again, without going into what he said, the content, who is he in relation to this case?
He's also related to some of the victims, and he was at the residence at the time that this incident occurred.
And both of them were residents of 604 Ocean Mist, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
During the course of your interviews, were they considered eyewitnesses or just witnesses that resided at the house?
At the time of the interview, my information was that they were there inside, maybe not eyewitnesses.
And then you said that you interviewed Jose Rodriguez, is that correct?
Yes.
And when did his interview occur?
This interview was, I don't recall the exact time, but it was shortly after. It was that morning.
That early morning hours?
Yes.
Were their interviews, were they recorded?
Yes, they were audio tape.
And were those witnesses, were they placed under oath?
Yes, ma'am.
And did those witnesses swear to tell you the truth?
Yes.
Now you said those occurred roughly around after 6 a.m. Is that correct? The early mornings of Thanksgiving, November 25th of 2010, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said that you had mentioned Detective Dirks, that he had responded to St. Joseph's Hospital, is that correct?
Yes.
At some point, were you alerted to the information that he obtained from Gonzalo Guevara?
Yes.
And when did you think you had that information relayed to you?
I think that's after the first interviews that I conducted.
And you're referring to Mr. Lucas, Walter and Diego, and Mr. Jose Rodriguez?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, going back to Jose Rodriguez, that last interview that you did at District 4, where was he, how is he related to this case?
He was one of the persons that was there, and he was an eyewitness to the incident. He was one of the people at the balcony when the shooting happened.
And did you, part of, again, without going into the content and what he specifically told you, were you trying to ascertain a description of the suspect at that time?
Yes, I did.
And did you obtain information regarding description from Mr. Rodriguez on November 10th of 2010? I'm sorry, November 25th of 2010.
Yes, I did.
Are there also, other than detectives with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, are there also first responding deputies, the first to the scene? Are they also tasked with trying to get some information from any sort of surviving victims or eyewitnesses in a case?
Yes.
And why is it that that happens?
When a 911 call occurs, the first responding deputies are the ones that respond immediately. Well, without what they know and what they learn, then we don't get called, we don't know. So their task is to just respond, interview, find out what happened, so then we have an idea what we need and how do we respond.
And are you doing, and will detectives, if it's a homicide case, will detectives with your unit then come along and do more in-depth interviews with witnesses?
Yes.
So sometimes we will have a victim that has given multiple interviews, is that correct?
Yes.
Were there any more, at that time, was there any more interviews that were done at District 4?
Yeah, there was 2 more interviews.
Who were the 2 other interviews that occurred at District 4?
It was Omar Balon and his girlfriend.
Do you remember Omar Bayan's girlfriend's name?
I want to say her last name was Jaramillo. I don't recall. Christina Jaramillo, I believe it was.
Okay. Again, were they interviewed together or separately?
Separately.
When did the interview of Omar Bayan take place?
They occurred before Walter and Diego.
And why were you interviewing Omar Bayan?
Based on the information that we had that morning, when this incident happened, the person was asking for Creeper. We learned that the person that these people knew as Creep was Omar Balon. So I wanted to know what Omar knew and why would somebody be asking for him.
And did Omar Bayan, did he provide you with an interview?
Yes.
And was he placed under oath?
Yes.
Was he an eyewitness to the shooting that occurred, the multiple shootings that occurred at 604 Ocean Mist?
No.
And you said that you yourself responded to 604 Ocean Mist, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you respond to that location more than one time?
Yes.
Approximately how many times during the course of this investigation were you out at that 604 Ocean Mist?
Over 20 times.
And I'm going to show you, you had said that you had gotten information about Creeper, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you conduct an investigation and determine who had that nickname Creeper?
Yes.
And who was that?
That was Omar Balon.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification, or what's already in evidence, State's Exhibit 205. Can you take a look at that? Sir, who is in State's 205? Can you see that? I know there's a little bit of a glare.
Yeah, absolutely.
You can step down if you want to get closer to it.
That's Omar.
That's Omar. Go ahead and have a seat. Let me ask you this, Lieutenant Lugo. Did you know where Omar Bayan, where he lived? Was that of interest to you?
Yes.
And where did he live?
He was at 507 Ocean Mist.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 1. And again, if you need to step down or get closer to the monitor.
There's also a pointer up there that...
See that yardstick?
Yardstick.
Yes. Can you see and can you take a look at that and tell us what is depicted on this State's Exhibit 1?
You mind if I come around?
Sure.
To see. Okay.
Oh, yeah. Lieutenant Lugo, just be careful because there's some cords underneath here. I just don't want you to trip.
Yes.
Can you point out, is Ocean Mist Court, is that depicted on this photograph?
Yes.
Can you depict where 604 Ocean Mist is?
604 Ocean
Yes.
Mist. It's right here.
Okay. And you said Omar Bayan, the person that has that nickname Creeper, he also lives on Ocean Mist Court. Is that correct, sir?
That's correct.
Can you tell us where that 507 Ocean Mist is from where the crime scene, where the shootings occurred at 604 Ocean Mist?
I'm not sure if all the jurors can see.
Sir,
where
can you
you're
get
pointing.
over here? I apologize. And can
There
you
you go.
point out the general vicinity of where 507 Ocean Mist is?
507 is right here.
Okay. So just around the loop?
Yes.
And while I have you here, is Ocean Mist Court, is that one big circle that goes around?
Yes. Coming off of 7 here, and it's a big circle here.
Okay. Are there, how many outlets are there to larger streets on Ocean Mist Court?
You can go here to 7. 7 takes you north and south. North will get you out to 41. Also, if you come around here, this will get you out also to 7th. And once you go up on 7th, it'll take you out to 41, Highway 41.
But Ocean Mist Court itself, there are 2 ways onto that street, is that correct?
Yes.
You pointed up to the top of center of the photo, there's a street out there that gives you access, is that correct?
Yes.
And then the other one is right into the right, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. Right.
Okay. And is there another one to the right there, sir? I'm sorry.
And this way. Right.
Okay. Awesome.
They both go out to 7.
All right, you can go ahead and have a seat. You said that you also interviewed Omar Bayan's, a person that was his girlfriend that he came there with. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And her last name was Hiramil. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And when, after those interviews were conducted, at some point, did you go back to 604 Ocean Miss Court?
Yes, I did.
And why did you go back to 604 Ocean Miss Court?
Just to see, by this time it's daylight, so I'll get a better view of what's at the scene, and looked around to see if there was any video cameras.
I'm going to ask you about the scene first. When you go back to get a better look at the scene, were there crime scene investigators there with Detective Hollis still processing the scene at that time?
Yes.
Did you yourself go up to that porch area and make observations of what was contained on the porch?
Yes.
When you did that, were you alerted and did you yourself observe any of these spent shell casings that were on the porch?
Yes, I did.
And did you become aware of the caliber and the brand name of those spent shell casings?
At that time, yes.
And what was that?
At that time, there were Winchesters and there were .45 caliber.
Were they all Winchesters?
At that time, yes. A little later, they found some other ones, and there was an SMB also.
Okay. So the majority, when you were first back there, you yourself saw the spent Winchester shell casings. Is that correct?
Yes.
There was a time later, while it was still being processed, that you became alerted that there was another brand that was found. Is that correct?
Yes, one.
Was it still the same caliber or .45?
Yes.
Did that become an interest to you during the course of your investigation?
Yes.
Did you also learn or observe whether or not there were any projectiles?
Yes.
And were you alerted to what the caliber of the projectiles were?
.45 caliber.
Were there any other caliber ammunition that was found at that location?
No, ma'am.
So just .45s, casings and ammunition.
Yes.
Now I want to ask you about the surveillance video. You said that at that point, after you had looked at the crime scene, before I go on to the surveillance videos, other than shell casings being located on the porch, were there any, or under the porch, were there any shell casings that were ever found off of the porch or in the surrounding grass area?
Everything was on the porch, underneath, and I want to say by the steps.
Was there any in the roadway?
No, ma'am.
Were there any in the area leading up to kind of where the cars parked up to the porch? Not the porch itself, but up to the porch. Were there any shell casings in that area?
No, ma'am.
Were there any shell casings that were found on the side of the house, either to the left of the house or to the right of the house?
No, ma'am.
Now I'm going to go and ask you, because you said that you looked for surveillance video. Why are you doing that, and where are you looking for that?
That's how I learned the ins and outs of that area, just how you can get in and how you can leave. And I'm looking to see if I can catch whatever came and left on any type of video, from maybe video surveillance from any of the residences.
So are you going around that circle on Ocean Court Miss to see if there are any surveillance cameras on any of those residences?
Yes.
What about those 2 points of egress, the 2 roadways to get into Ocean Miss Court? Are you looking to see whether or not any of those residents have cameras?
Yes, I did.
And were you able to find any of those cameras, or were there any surveillance video that would capture vehicles that were on the roadway of Ocean Miss Court?
No.
Now I'm going to ask you about photo packs. Can you briefly tell the jury what is a photo pack or a photo array, or also called a photo lineup? Are all 3 of those things the same thing?
Yes.
Okay, and what is that?
It's just it's a tool used with a series of photographs to attempt an identification of a subject. Use these pictures to show a witness in an attempt to identify the person responsible for a crime.
And how many pictures are typically shown to a witness at one time for them to select?
6.
And is that pretty standard?
Yes, ma'am.
And are there standard operating procedures with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office as to how to conduct those photo arrays?
Yes.
And were you familiar with those?
Yes, ma'am.
Now I want to ask you a little bit about photo packs and how they're put up. Are they based on, if you receive a suspect information in a case or a suspect person that you put in a photo pack, how are the other photographs selected to be included in the photo pack involving a alleged suspect?
The photos have to be consistent by race, maybe hair, things that are consistent, but not that it looks like it's the same person.
Like somebody's twin, is that correct?
Right.
Okay. Why do they have to be consistent?
So you know that you're getting a true identification. You don't want to put pictures that will be excluded right away based on something else. It wouldn't be fair.
So for a extreme example, if your suspect was black and you put the black suspect in a photo pack, if all of the rest were white, would that be suggestive to your victim as to who the suspect is? Is that correct?
Yes.
So when you have a white suspect, all of the other individuals in the photo pack would have to be white. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is that true also with consistency when you are looking about hairstyles or hair color? Do you want to be consistent so that no one particular person, including the suspect, stands out in the photo pack?
Yes.
And during the course of doing these photo packs, as a course for consistency or to ensure consistency, do you sometimes show photo packs in black and white?
Yes.
And is that because if there's issue with hair color, if it is black and white, that is not necessarily going to stand out? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Have the standard operating procedures as to how to conduct a photo pack, has that changed over time?
Yes.
And how long had you been a detective showing photo packs during the course of your career prior to November of 2010?
Since 2008.
Early on in this investigation, did you familiarize yourself with the descriptions of the suspect in this case?
Yes.
Based on the interviews that were done, how many suspects or how many perpetrators were involved in this case?
1.
And were there varying descriptions with respect to height by some of the eyewitnesses, the surviving victims, and Jose Rodriguez?
Object. Hearsay.
Hold on. And were there descriptions with respect to height by some of the eyewitnesses? No, that's overruled.
Sir, were there varying descriptions between these individuals as to height and weight?
Yes.
As to hair color?
Yes.
Did you also become familiar during the course of the investigation with the type of vehicle that was involved in the case that was described by eyewitnesses?
Yes, ma'am.
At some point, did you, based on information, start searching vehicles that were owned by a suspect named Michael Keetley?
I did.
And what did you search when you were trying to investigate what vehicles he may have owned or had access to?
I've searched for the Department of Motor Vehicle.
And based on that search, were you able to determine whether or not there was a vehicle that was of interest to you in this investigation?
Yes.
And what vehicle was that, and who did it belong to? Who was it registered to?
It was a dark blue minivan that was registered to his father.
Okay, and what was his father's name? Do you remember that?
Thomas Keetley.
Now, I want to ask you, at some point, was a photo pack, was that shown to Jose Rodriguez?
Yes.
And who showed that photo pack to Jose Rodriguez, and when did that occur?
I know that it was Detective Pramberger that showed that photo pack.
And is Detective Pramberger, is he another detective in the homicide unit at that time, back in November of 2010?
Yes, I believe so.
And did he show a photo pack to Jose Rodriguez?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 193. Detective Lugo, did you yourself, you were not present when this photo pack was shown to Jose Rodriguez, is that correct?
That's correct.
Did Detective Pramberger, did he work the adverse shift during the course of the investigation in November of 2010?
Yes.
What's the adverse shift?
Usually we have now 3 detectives that work from 2 in the afternoon to 2 in the morning. That's the average shift.
I'm going to show you this State's Exhibit 193. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And would you also look at the envelope around and the markings on it? Is that the original photo pack that was shown to Jose Rodriguez by Detective Pramberger?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time we'd introduce into evidence State's Exhibit 193.
Any objection to 193?
No objection.
193 would be admitted. States 193.
And Detective Lugo, I'm going to ask you, what was the date and time that Detective Pramberger showed this photo pack to Jose Rodriguez?
It was November 25th, 2010, and the time was 4:30 in the afternoon, 16:30 hours.
Okay. And what was the result? Was Jose Rodriguez at that time, was he able to select a person out of this photo pack?
No, ma'am.
Was there a photograph of the suspect, Michael Keetley, that was included in this photo pack shown to Jose Rodriguez?
Yes.
And was that photo number 3? Is this the photo that was included at the time?
Yes, ma'am.
And do photo packs, do they come with an instruction sheet?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm going to show you page 3 of 3, which labeled on the top of States 193. Is this the instruction sheet that is filled out during the course of showing a photo pack?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And here it says negative results. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's what happens when a witness is unable to make an identification.
That's correct.
And then it's dated, its signature Jose Rodriguez, 11/25/2010, 16:30 hours. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Does Detective Pramberger, because you are the case detective, does he alert you to the fact that a photo pack has been shown to one of the victims, one of the eyewitnesses, and that he was unable to identify? Is that correct?
Yes.
At some point during the course of your investigation, did you receive or have contact with Jose Rodriguez?
I did.
Okay. Did you get a phone call from him?
Yes.
When did you receive a phone call from him?
I want to say that it was, if you know what, if you don't mind me looking at my
If
report.
that will help
separate-
refresh your recollection, absolutely. Can you take a look at your report and then let me know when your recollection has been refreshed? So were you able to look at your report to help refresh your recollection?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you receive a call from Jose Rodriguez?
On November 26th at 11 o'clock in the morning.
Okay. And were you at that point, based on your phone call, did you agree to meet with him?
Yes.
Okay. At that time, did he have information for you concerning a photograph?
Yes.
Where did you meet with him?
I went back to the scene, 604 Ocean Mess.
So he was at the location where the shooting had originally occurred, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Was Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, were you all still out processing the scene at that time, or were you done?
No, we were done.
And so the residents were allowed to return back to that home, is that correct?
Yes.
And that's where you met Jose Rodriguez on November, did you say 26th of 2010?
Yes, ma'am.
When you met with him, was he there by himself or were other people there?
There was other people there, but there was one more person with him.
Okay, and who was with him?
That was Juan Hernandez.
Okay. When you are talking to Jose Rodriguez, at some point, does he give you a photograph?
Yes, he did.
Who was that photograph of?
That photograph was of Michael Keetley.
And did he make an identification at that time with you of that photograph?
Yes.
And what was his identification at that time on November 26th of 2010?
He said that was the person that shot his friends.
I'm going to show you Defense Exhibit number 10. Do you recognize this? And I know this isn't something on a phone. This is an email to a Deputy Baez. But do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
Okay. Was that a copy, or was that a similar photograph, or a copy of the photograph that Jose Rodriguez had on November 26th of 2010?
Yes.
Was it that photograph?
Yes.
Okay. And he's the one that said that was the person who did this, is that correct?
Yes.
Were you aware prior to Jose Rodriguez calling you and bringing you out to that location back on 604 Ocean Miss Court that there was a photograph that had been going around?
Before his call, no.
Okay. Did you collect that photograph from him on November 26th of 2010?
Yes, I had him send it to me.
Okay. Did you put questions to him to try to ascertain where that photograph came from?
Yes.
Can I have that back? I'm going to put it on the screen. Defense Exhibit number 10. Why did you have were there concerns after Jose Rodriguez showed you this photograph, the fact that he had it? Did you have any concerns with regards to your investigation?
Yes, I did.
What were your concerns?
My concerns were right away that it appeared that they're doing their own investigation and they're talking, so I didn't want that picture to be shown to any of my witnesses, just so it wouldn't contaminate or have issues later on for them to do an identification.
Did you or any other member of the sheriff's office have anything to do with the distribution of that photograph?
No, ma'am.
Okay. But you were concerned that it may have implications on your investigation?
Yes.
Based on that, based on interviewing Jose Rodriguez and getting that picture, did you then interview Juan Hernandez?
Yes.
Okay. Was he at the Lucas home with Jose Rodriguez?
Yes.
Okay. And when you interviewed why did you interview Jose Rodriguez?
You mean Juan Hernandez or Jose Rodriguez?
I'm sorry, Juan Hernandez.
I interviewed Juan Hernandez because he's the one that provided the picture to Jose Rodriguez.
After you collected that photograph, did you give both Jose Rodriguez and Juan Hernandez any instructions with regards to that photograph?
Yes, not to be shown it.
Was there any victims at that point who had not been able to be shown a photo back due to their medical condition?
Yes.
And who was that?
Daniel Beltran and Gonzalo Guevara.
Okay. Did you give them instructions as to Daniel Beltran and Gonzalo Guevara?
Yes, I told them not to show them the pictures.
Did you interview Juan Hernandez as to how he got the photograph?
Yes.
Was he providing you any information as to how he got it?
No, ma'am.
Was it your understanding that Juan Hernandez was at 604 Ocean Miss Court when the homicides and the shooting happened?
No, he was not.
Did Juan Hernandez or Jose Rodriguez provide you with any information as to any other eyewitness, a person who actually had information and was present at 604 Ocean Miss during those interviews with them on November 26th of 2010?
No.
At some point on November 26th of 2010, did you interview a person by the name of Stacy Rogan?
I did.
Where did that interview occur?
It happened at the hospital, South Bay Hospital.
Was she in the hospital unrelated to the shooting that happened at 604 Ocean Miss Court on November 25th of 2010?
Yes, ma'am.
So she was there for something completely unrelated?
Yes.
Did you conduct an interview with her?
I did.
And during that interview, did she provide you with information pertaining to a person by the name of Michael Keetley?
Yes, ma'am.
And again, without going into the substance or what she told you, was she placed under oath?
Yes.
Even though she's in the hospital, was there anything about talking to her that led you to believe she was confused or not lucid at the time?
No.
Was the injury actually to her leg?
Yeah, her ankle.
Did you at some point come into contact with the victim, Daniel Beltran?
I did.
What day did you come into contact with him?
If you don't mind me looking at just the dates. It's
Not
been
at
a
all,
while.
sir. If you need to review your report to help refresh your recollection, please do so. Did that help refresh your recollection as to the date when you came into contact and interviewed Daniel Beltran?
Yes, ma'am.
And when did that interview take place?
That happened on November 27th.
And where did it take place?
It was at Tampa General Hospital.
So he was still in the hospital at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Did he receive gunshot wounds? Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Even though his interview is happening at the hospital, at the time when you're interviewing him, at that point, is he lucid and able to competently answer questions?
Yes.
How do you determine whether or not he's able to competently answer your questions in this investigation?
Just asking him questions to see if he knows where he's at, what's going on, who the president is. Just kind of qualified questions just to make sure he's understanding of what's happening.
During the course of those qualifying questions, were there any point in your interview with Daniel Beltran where he appeared to be confused or not understand what you were asking him?
No.
Was he able to respond appropriately to your questions?
Yes, ma'am.
At that time, did you show a photo pack to Daniel Beltran to see whether or not he could identify the shooter?
Yes, I did.
Because you knew there was a photo going around, did you ask Daniel Beltran whether or not he had seen that photograph or had access to the photograph?
I did.
And did he indicate to you whether or not he had ever seen a photograph from Jose Rodriguez or Juan Hernandez?
Yes, he said no.
I'm going to show you what's been marked for identification, State's Exhibit 195. Was there anyone else with you when you showed the photo pack to Daniel Beltran?
I want to say Detective Schramm was with me.
And he was your assist, is that correct?
Yes.
And going back to the interviews that you conducted of Diego Lucas and Walter Lucas and Omar Bayon, was Detective Schramm, was he also present when those interviews were being conducted?
Yes.
Please take a look at State's Exhibit, I think it's 195. Do you recognize that? And look at the packaging and the markings. Is that the original photo pack that was shown to Daniel Beltran?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you the one that showed it to Daniel Beltran?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, I would like to introduce States 195 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
States 195 is admitted.
Was Daniel Beltran, was he able to make an identification when you showed him this photo pack?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And again, I'm going to show you the instructional sheet of State's Exhibit 195, and I'm going to zoom in. So if you have any issues reading it, just let me know. Oops. Can you see that, Lieutenant Lugo?
Yes.
Is this the instructions that are used when you were at the hospital with Daniel Beltran?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I'm going to go through some of this information. So the case number up here is that the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office case involving the homicides of the Guitron brothers and the attempted homicides of the 4 other victims.
Yes, ma'am.
And is that something that you would fill in and put there?
Yes.
And is this the date of offense?
Yes.
And are you filling up the information that is here, Daniel Beltran, victim?
Yes.
And down here, his name, Daniel Beltran, is that something that you filled out yourself?
Yes.
Okay. And here, there is a place for his signature down here, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, there is an X right there. Who put the X there?
I did.
Is that something you typically do when you need somebody to sign on a dotted line?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then is it Daniel Beltran who you're asking to sign here as the witness? Is that a place requiring his actual signature?
Yes, ma'am.
And then this date, 11/27/12/20, does that reflect the time when you are showing him the photo pack?
Yes, ma'am.
What is in this line where it says deputy signature?
That's my signature.
Okay, and this down here, is that your badge number, your identification number?
That's my identification number.
And what does it say down here?
No identification made.
Okay. I'm going to come back to you, and I'm going to show you how many photographs that you say are in a photo pack.
6.
I'm going to show you. I'm handing these to you. And there are some instructions. Is that correct, that you read to the witness beforehand?
Yes.
I'm going to hand this to you. And do you read these instructions verbatim prior to showing the eyewitness, Daniel Beltran, the photo pack?
Yes.
Can you please read those to us, what you read to Daniel Beltran on that day?
Okay. It says, I am going to show you a photographic lineup, live lineup. The group of photographs or individuals may or may not contain the person who committed the incident now being investigated. Regardless of whether you make an identification, the Sheriff's Office will continue to investigate this case. Keep in mind that hairstyles, beards, and complexion can change, so focus on the facial features that you remember. You will be shown photographs or individuals sequentially, one at a time, before moving to the next. All photographs or individuals will be shown to you even if you make an identification. If you recognize a person, please inform me which person you recognize and how you recognize them. Please indicate to me in your own words how certain you are of your identification. Do not discuss with other witnesses that you have or have not identified anyone.
And you read that, and he indicated to you that he understood all of that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to take the instruction sheet from you, but then I want you to demonstrate and show the jury how it is that you show a photo pack to the witness, Daniel Beltran, how you did it.
So I have the pictures. I show one at a time. Hand him the picture. He looks at it, gives me an answer. I'll get it back, put it down. Show him the second picture. He grabs it, looks at it. He gives me an answer. I take it back, put him down. Show him the next one. He'll grab it, gives me an answer. Grab it back, put it down. Next picture, same process. He grabs it, he looks at it, he gives me an answer. I take it back, put it down. Show him the next one, same process. He takes it, he looks at it, he gives me an answer. I take it back, I put it down. The same thing with the last picture. He takes it, I grab it back, and I put him down.
And these are done with eyewitnesses, obviously, when no other eyewitnesses are around. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in State's Exhibit 195 was Michael Keetley, his photograph included in this photo pack.
Yes, ma'am.
And was that, and I'll put my glasses on because my eyes, was that photo number 5?
Yes, ma'am.
And at the time when this photo pack was put together, was that the most current photograph that you had of the suspect at the time?
Yes.
Did you yourself come into contact with the defendant in this case, Michael Keetley?
Yes.
When did you come into contact with him?
It was, I believe, on the 27th.
Was that November 27th of 2010?
Yes, ma'am.
Where did you come into contact?
It was at the District 4 office.
Okay, the same District 4 office that is closer to the 604 Ocean Mist Court in Ruskin?
Yes, ma'am.
Where is your normal office located? What sheriff's office is your office located at?
My office at that time was in the Brandon area. It's 2224 North Falkenberg Road, right next to the jail.
Okay. But you're going to District 4, is that correct, to meet with a person known as Michael Keetley?
Yes.
And I asked you the date. Do you remember approximately what time that you were meeting with him?
I want to say it was like 9 o'clock at night.
Had you been alerted that he had been pulled over on a traffic stop by other deputies from the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
But you did not proceed out to that traffic stop, is that correct? Your first contact with him was at the District 4 office?
That's correct.
And did you conduct an interview with him?
Yes, ma'am.
Is the person that you conducted the interview with that was identified to you as Michael Keetley, is he present in the courtroom today?
Yes, he is.
Can you please point to him and describe what he's wearing?
He's sitting right here by the table. He's wearing a tan kind of jacket and a white and blue shirt, collared shirt with no tie.
Your Honor, may the record reflect he's identified the defendant?
Record shall so reflect.
When you were meeting him at the District 4 office, is there another detective that responds at that location as well?
Yes, Detective Strom was already there.
And had you been alerted that the defendant had been willing to speak with you as well as Detective Schramm?
Yes.
At the time, was he under arrest?
No.
Where did the interview take place with the defendant at the District 4 office?
It was within the interview room.
Prior to conducting an interview with him, did you advise him of his constitutional rights, commonly referred to as his Miranda rights?
Yes, I did.
Among other things, did you advise him that he had a right to an attorney?
Yes.
Did you advise him if he could not afford one would be appointed to him at no cost?
Yes.
Did you advise him he had the right to remain silent?
Yes.
Did you advise him that anything that he said could be used against him in a court of law?
I did.
And did you advise him that he could exercise those rights at any point during your interview with him?
I did.
After you read him all of those rights, did he indicate that he was willing to talk to you and Detective Schramm?
Yes.
Now, there were 2 interviews that occurred with the defendant, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And there was a interview that occurred with Detective Schramm and Detective Pettis, a second interview that occurred when he was taken back to the Keetley property, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you around or did you participate in any way with the second interview?
No, ma'am.
I want to talk a little bit about the first interview. You said that he was willing to talk to you, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you audio record that interview?
Yes.
Was that interview, was it video recorded in any way?
No, ma'am.
Do you have a recollection as to why it wasn't video recorded?
No, usually we video record all of them. But at those times, we always had issues with the system. Sometimes it wasn't recording. Sometimes the audio wouldn't come through. So I know that we don't have a video of that. So I would say the reason was it wasn't recording.
Have you?
Judge, I'm going to move that speculative. I move to strike that.
Judge, I'll lay some more foundation.
All right, let's listen. At this point, I'll strike it as speculative. I'll caution the witness not to guess or speculate as to things.
Okay.
Lieutenant Lugo, in preparation of your testimony today, did you review the transcript or the audio of the interview with the defendant that occurred on November 27th of 2010 in the District 4 office?
Yes, I did.
Is there portions of that interview where you refer to what occurred prior to the interview?
Yes.
And what does that indicate to you, what you would have done with your own recorder?
Same objection, improper predicate.
He can indicate what it means to him. That's not speculation. Don't guess what it means to anyone else, but tell us what it means to you.
Did you review that transcript and hear your own words on your interview?
Yes.
Okay. And based on that, what did that indicate to you in regards to why it is that you put your own recorder on the table?
At some point, I noticed that it wasn't being recorded. So I turned the recorder on.
And are you on that recording? Is there a reflection of that, of you reverting to what occurred prior to the recording?
Yes.
And do you go over what occurred prior to the recording with the defendant?
Yes.
And does he indicate that is exactly what happened prior to the recording?
Yes.
Now, I want to ask you, we've already played the interview. I want to ask you some questions about that interview that you did with the defendant and the defendant's statements to you during that interview, okay?
Okay.
And you've indicated you've listened to that in anticipation in preparing for testifying. Is that correct?
Yes.
So in that the first recorded interview done with the defendant when you were present, who else was present in that interview?
It was Detective Schramm.
And was it just you, Detective Schramm, and the defendant, Michael Keetley?
Yes.
In that recorded interview, is there some point where you are asking him about addresses?
Yes.
Why are you asking him about addresses?
I want to know exactly where he's living at the time.
Okay. I want to ask you about the traffic stop and the Keetley property. You said that you had gotten information from the DMV about that blue minivan. Is that correct?
Yes.
Was there a large piece of property that the defendant's family owned, the defendant's family out there in Ruskin?
Yes.
And where was that located?
It was in Guamama. It was right on Bonita Drive.
Okay. And were there more than one structure on that property?
Yes.
Okay. And at that time, was there in the works a search warrant that was going to be obtained for the search of the property?
Yes, ma'am.
Why were you trying to get the address from the defendant of where he lived?
Just to make sure that the place that we were going to, we had the physical address and we were searching the right place.
Okay. And does a search warrant that a judge signs, does that require specificity of the residences to be searched?
Yes.
When was the search warrant obtained, if you can remember, for the home, for that piece of property out on Bonita Drive by the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office?
It was right after that interview.
During the course of that interview, why did you ask to take a picture of him?
I wanted to have a picture that was recent as much as I could to the date of the incident.
Now, I want to ask you about your interview with him, November 27th of 2010. And again, I'm going to show you the photo that was used in the photo pack of Daniel Beltran 195. Did you, looking at States 195, photograph number 5, the photo you've indicated is Michael Keetley, did he look like that to you when you were interviewing him on November 27th of 2010?
No, he looked different.
How did he look different?
He looked older.
Okay. What about weight? Was there any difference in his weight?
Yeah, I think it was maybe a little lighter on the face.
Okay. And so at the point, why are you asking in the interview to take a photo of him?
Just because I know that the picture that we had was from Department of Motor Vehicles, so I wanted something recent for whatever photo pack we were going to do next.
A photo that reflected his current weight?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to show you what's already in evidence, State's Exhibit 191. The photo pack that was shown to Gonzalo Guevara. Prior to showing Mr. Guevara a photo pack, did you obtain a photo that was more current?
Yes.
And is that the photo that was used for Mr. Guevara?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I'm going to go back to States 195. I want to be careful not to get them mixed up. But 195, this is the photo that had been shown to Jose Rodriguez as well as to Daniel Beltran. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Prior to interviewing him and asking him about Creeper, had the interview with Stacy Rogan already taken place?
Yes.
You had that knowledge when you were interviewing him, is that correct, on November 27th of 2010?
Yes.
Did you ask him on more than one occasion whether or not he had been looking for a person named Creeper?
Yes.
And what was his response to you?
No.
Was that your first contact with the defendant in this case?
Yes.
Prior to this interview, had you had any contact with the defendant's parents?
No, ma'am.
Were his defendant's parents, were they ever at that Bonita Drive address when the search warrant was being executed?
No, ma'am.
Were they there when he was first stopped on November 27th during that traffic stop and the area was secured until a search warrant was obtained?
No, ma'am.
Never at any of that location, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, when you were obtaining a search warrant, is anybody allowed in the house while that process is occurring?
No, ma'am.
Is it cordoned off and held secure by deputies from the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, ma'am.
Based on the size of the property and the fact that there is more than one structure on the property, how many, and you can estimate, but is there several deputies, including members from the homicide unit, that responds in order to do a search of that location?
Yes, ma'am.
And during that time, is he ever allowed to go through any of those structures?
No, ma'am.
Now, are there two structures that are homes that people can live with that are contained at that Bonita Drive address?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you describe, is one the main residence?
Yes.
And during your interview with him, did he indicate to you that he was living in the main home with his parents?
Yes.
Was there also a trailer that you became familiar that was also located on that property?
Yes, ma'am.
Prior to you executing the search warrant with other members of the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, was the defendant allowed to go into either one of those homes, the main house as well as the trailer?
No, ma'am.
Were there vehicles on the property?
Yes, ma'am.
Did they include a white truck?
Yes, ma'am.
Was the traffic stop that was conducted on what was the color of the Dodge minivan?
It was blue and gold.
And gold. Two-toned?
Yes.
Did he indicate that to you in your interview, that it was a two-toned?
I believe so, yes.
Did he ever indicate to you that he had it recently painted?
No, ma'am.
Was a search warrant authorized and obtained to search that vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
And did other detectives as well as crime scene investigators respond to conduct searches on the vehicle, the blue Dodge Caravan, the blue and gold minivan that belonged to his father?
Yes.
And that was the van that he was driving?
Yes.
And was there searches that were conducted on both the home as well as the surrounding property and the vehicles that were on that Keetley property on
Yes,
Bonita
ma'am.
Drive? Were there search warrants that were conducted on the trailer?
Yes, ma'am.
And the defendant, while these searches were being obtained, search warrants were being obtained, was he allowed to go through and remove any of the items in any of those locations?
No, ma'am.
Later on that day, did you obtain a more current photograph of the defendant?
I did.
And that's the photograph that ultimately is used in the photo pack with Gonzalo Guevara.
That's correct.
The one where you describe he's heavier and more like you saw him on November 27th of 2010. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, I previously asked you about being the case detective, and you said that they act as a filter. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it also part of your responsibilities as a case detective to determine what items are eventually submitted to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
Yes.
What does the Florida Department of Law Enforcement do, that agency, with forensics and investigations for law enforcement agencies throughout Hillsborough County?
They process or evidence for biology, for computers, for ballistics. They do all those tests for us.
And when you say biology, are you referring DNA testing?
Yes.
They have lab analysts who will take a look at unknown items or items that are collected at a crime scene and compare it to known samples?
Yes, ma'am.
And you also said computer evidence?
Yes.
All right. What about ballistics, firearms identification?
Yes.
And you, as the filter, look at everything that is coming in, and then do you make decisions along with other members and supervisors of the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office as to what information you would like to send over to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for analysis? Is that correct?
Yes.
I want to talk to you a little bit about that. The spent shell casings that were recovered from the crime scene at 604 Ocean Mist Court, were those submitted to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for analysis?
Yes, ma'am.
And Florida Department of Law Enforcement, is that something we commonly refer to as FDLE?
That's correct.
We've talked about the spent shell casings, the projectiles that were also recovered from the 604 Ocean Mist Court, was that submitted to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for analysis?
Yes, ma'am.
Now I want to ask you, you said that there were many people participating in the searches that occurred on the Keetley property, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
There are how many crime scene investigators, and from your best of your recollection, were out there assisting with the processing of that location?
As I recall, there was at least 5 or 6 of them.
Were there patrol deputies assisting with grid searches?
Yes.
Why were you conducting grid searches on the property?
Just because there's a lot of land, so we want to make sure that everything is searched.
Were there vehicles that had bullet holes on the property?
Yes.
Were there particular searches for any type of shell casings and projectiles that would have occurred on that property?
Yes.
Were there projectiles and a spent shell casing collected from that property? In particular, from Nancy Hager around, was there a spent shell casing from near a burn pit located on the property?
Yes.
Was there a white van that was disassembled and projectiles obtained from that white van?
Yes.
Were all of those submitted also to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement to be submitted to be compared and analyzed to the projectiles and the spent shell casings from 604 Ocean Mist?
Yes, ma'am.
During the course of the search, did you yourself also assist and participate in the search of the Keetley property?
Yes, some of it, yes.
Did you become alerted and briefed to a magazine for a Glock
Yes.
from the kitchen pantry? And I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 123. And again, if you need to get closer, I'm going to ask you to look at that monitor. And it's hard to see in this photo, so I'm going to bring it to you. Is there a specific type of gun that this magazine came from in State's Exhibit 123?
Yes.
And what type of gun does that magazine go to?
To a 45 caliber Glock.
Okay. And in fact, there's a Glock insignia on the butt of that magazine. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
That's unique, and that is unique to Glock. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said it's to 45s. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
During the course of your interview with the defendant, did he admit to owning any Glocks?
Yes.
What did he tell you that he owned?
He had a Glock 21, 45 caliber.
Was that Glock 21 that shoots 45 caliber of interest to you in this investigation?
Yes.
Why?
I wanted you to compare it to what we had.
The 45s from 604 Ocean Mist?
Yes.
And in particular, were you and all the other members, including detectives and 4 crime scene investigators, looking for a Glock 21 that shoots 45s from that property?
Yes.
From the vehicles that the defendant or his fathers owned?
Yes.
Were you or any of the detectives, deputy, crime scene investigators, and patrol deputies doing grid searches able to find a Glock 45 that magazine could have fit in?
No, ma'am.
And the defendant had no access to any of those areas while you were searching, is that correct?
That's correct.
Did you find any black t-shirt that had any type of law enforcement lettering, sheriff, canine, police?
No, ma'am.
I'm going to ask you about State's Exhibit 98. Are you familiar with State's Exhibit 98?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell me where you first got State's Exhibit? Are you the one that obtained this photo?
Yes.
Where did you come in? Where did you get this photo?
I obtained that photo from Mike Charette.
Okay. And again, without going into what he told you, when did that occur?
If you don't mind me looking at the
need-
specific date,
Not
please.
at all, sir. If you need to refresh your recollection by looking at your report, go ahead.
Okay.
When did that occur, sir?
That happened on December 10th.
December 10th of 2010?
Yes, ma'am.
And where did it occur?
I went to the bait shop where he was staying at and worked.
And is that, around what time did you go there?
I want to say, I didn't look, I'm sorry.
That's okay. But it was on December 10th of 2010, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And at that point, did you get a photograph of the defendant in this photograph?
Yes.
Is this the way that you originally saw it when you got the photograph?
No.
How was it when you originally saw it?
When he provided me the picture, he had cut the faces of the 2 females.
These 2 females like this?
Yes.
As a result of that, then did you obtain a search warrant for his computer?
For
How did you get the photograph?
I asked him for the negatives, and he gave me the negatives.
Okay, so you were able to get it from the negatives, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I apologize, I was confused about the search warrant. He consented to that?
Yes.
And at the time when you got the negatives, you got it developed?
Yes.
Based on that photograph, at some point later, were you, during the course of your investigation, were you later able to identify the identity of the women whose faces were cut out?
Yes.
And who was one of the women that you interviewed whose faces was cut out?
Miss Gregory.
Brianna Gregory?
Yes, ma'am.
And when did you come into contact in the course of your investigation with Brianna Gregory?
I didn't speak to her till 2013.
Okay. And that's when you were able to finally get an interview with her?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you conduct an interview with her at that time?
Yes, ma'am.
And did she indicate to you that that was her in the photograph?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you know when the photograph was taken?
Yes, I believe it was the day after Halloween.
October of 2010?
October of 2010 or November 1st
Sorry,
of 2010.
you said day after Halloween. I
Day after
apologize.
Halloween.
November 1st of 2010?
Yes.
And going back to your interview of the defendant on November 27th, less than a month, was his weight consistent as it was in this photograph, State's Exhibit 98?
Yes.
At some point, sir, do you come into contact with a person by the name of Wesley Smith?
Yes.
When did you come into contact with Wesley Smith?
Again, if you don't mind me looking,
Not at all, sir.
there's too much information in my head. I'm sorry.
Sir, if you refresh your recollection as to the date that you came into contact with Wesley Smith,
Yes.
and when was that date?
That was on December 7th of 2010.
How did Wesley Smith become involved in this investigation? How did you find Wesley Smith?
Through the phone records.
I want to ask you about the phone records. Did you obtain through a search warrant the phone records belonging to Michael Keetley?
Yes.
And is that something that requires a search warrant?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you send out a search warrant, is it specific as to what you're looking for?
Yes.
And what type of information are you looking for when you are doing a search warrant for a defendant's cell phone records?
I'm looking for the call details.
Okay. And what can you possibly, why are they of interest to you in this particular investigation?
I want to know who's called before or after or maybe during the incident.
I'm going to ask you about before and after in just a minute, but I want to ask you a little bit about during. Why is it that you want the cell phone tower information or call detail records from the phone company of a potential suspect?
So the phone records will give me location of a phone. It will tell me also who the person talked to, maybe before or after, which will give me somebody to go talk to. But also the location of that phone where it's hidden on the towers.
Okay. And when we say location, are we saying proximity?
Yes.
Proximity. There's a range, correct? It's not. Doesn't mean the phone is actually at the tower.
Judge, I'm going to object. She's testifying. I've let it go long enough.
Sustained. Don't lead the witness.
Sir, what kind of information can you get about a potential cell phone device and a cell phone tower?
At that time, all phones communicate with a cell tower. Cell tower is divided by locations and areas, usually in 3 or 6 areas, each tower. So when you hit a phone, the information that I will get is the specific tower that the phone connects to, and if he has an area, usually he says northeast, northwest, or south, something in reference to that, and that will give me an idea of where the phone could be at that time. Now today is different.
Okay. And at that time, and again, we're talking about 2010, did you specifically subpoena the records to see whether or not there was any caller activity during the time when the approximate time when the crime is occurring?
Yes.
Did you review the 911 call as well as the time that it came in?
Yes.
What time did the first 911 call for the 604 Ocean Mist homicides occur?
I want to say it was 2:22 in the morning.
Okay. Of November 25th of 2010?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you receive a copy of the defendant's cell phone records that were obtained search warrant from Metro PCS?
Yes.
And did you review whether or not there was any activity that occurred close in time to when this homicide occurred?
Yeah, there was none.
Okay. What was the latest call, if you can remember, and if not, can bring you the records. What was the latest call on November 24th of 2010?
I want to say that it was shortly after 10 p.m.
And what was the next call after that?
I want to say about 7:30, 7:45 in the morning.
Okay, nothing that was around 2:22, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. If there had been activity, is that something that you can do what's called mapping?
Yes.
And what does mapping potentially show?
Back then we were able to just based on the distance, just to show an area where the phone could be located at that time. So depending on every call and the information that you obtain from the records.
And when you say area, is that area cover kind of a proximity around the cell phone tower?
Yes.
Now, did you also take into law enforcement possession the defendant's cell phone?
Yes.
And you had that, is that correct?
Yes.
And do you have to obtain a search warrant to search it?
Yes.
And was there a search warrant that was also obtained to do a download of the defendant's phone?
That's correct.
And what do you get when you do a download of the defendant's phone?
Usually on the downloads, and again, technology's changed. Back then, you could get everything that was on the phone, pictures, if they were saved. Sometimes the system will even provide you with pictures if they were deleted. Conversations,
When you
text,
say, go ahead,
text
you're saying
messages. It will even provide you if the phone was used for internet access, and I'm trying to be proper because times have changed.
And technology has changed,
Yes,
is that correct?
technology's changed.
And I'm asking you to remember all the facts that occurred in 2010, is that correct?
That's correct.
Now, going back to that, were there other detectives that were assisting you in obtaining search warrants for all of those various things that we have said? For the home, for vehicles, for a computer, and now for a phone, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And were there other detectives that were assigned and tasked with going through and looking at some of those things? And namely, I'm talking now about the defendant's cell phone.
Yes.
And would they alerted you to what was contained on that cell phone?
Yes.
Now I'm going to go back to Mr. Smith, and I said, what date did you say you came into contact with him?
I want to say it was the 7th.
Are you sure that it was? I'm sorry, you had more than one contact with the defendant. I'm not defendant, with Mr. Smith. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to ask you about the first day that you had contact with him. Do you know what day that was?
If you don't mind me looking.
If you can use that to refresh your recollection.
Yes, it was on the 7th.
It was December 7th of 2010?
Yes, ma'am.
And then on that, how did you come into contact with Wesley Smith?
I called him
Okay. And how did you know to call him?
because I knew that was one of the numbers that I obtained from the phone records.
And when you say phone records, you're referring to the call detail records that you obtained of the defendant?
Yes, that's correct.
Did you go through them to see, because I sidetracked you, I apologize. You were talking about some of the information of the cell phones, correct?
Yes.
And you said you were also interested in calls before and after?
Yes.
And where did you see a phone number that eventually became Wesley Smith?
I believe that's the first call in the morning.
What morning?
In the morning of the incident, the call that comes in about 7:30, 7:45, that was Wesley Smith.
And are we talking November 25th of 2010, the first call, November 25th of 2010?
First call right after the incident, yes.
Okay. And that is, you called that number?
Yes,
And that's how you come into contact with Wesley Smith?
that's correct.
Did you make arrangements to interview him?
Yes.
Where does that interview occur?
It happened in Ruskin, just off of 7th Street.
Okay.
I believe it was by the loading dock.
Loading dock. Did he work at that location?
No, he lived close to there.
Okay. Did you know where he lived at that time?
I did, but he told me that he was moving, so he agreed to meet me at it wasn't a loading dock, it was a boarding dock.
And did you conduct a recorded interview with him at the boating dock?
I did.
And was he placed under oath?
Yes, ma'am.
Was it recorded?
Yes.
During the course of your interview with him, at some point after that interview was over, did he provide you with any information that wasn't covered in the recorded interview?
Yes.
And based on that, did you make arrangements to meet with him the following day?
Yes.
And that would have been December 8th of 2010, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Why were you meeting with him on December 8th of 2010?
To pick up some shell casings.
And did you make those arrangements with Wesley Smith when you saw him on December 7th of 2010?
Yes.
Did you give him any instructions as to what to do with the items that you wanted to obtain?
Yes, I told him not to touch it, that I will get it.
And on December 8th of 2010, where did you go to meet with Wesley Smith?
I went to his residence on Turkey Creek.
And is that located in Plant City?
Yes.
Okay. Did you meet him out there? Where did you meet him at? Did you go into his home, or where did you go when you got to that location on Turkey Creek in Plant City?
He had some small land, so when I went over, I parked on the property, knocked on the door, and he came outside, and we spoke outside.
At some point, do you go to a storage container or another structure on his property?
Yes.
And why were you going to that structure?
That's where the bag that I was provided came from. That's where it was.
What kind of bag were you provided with?
It was a Victoria's Secret bag.
Okay. That storage container that we're talking about, did you actually go into that storage container?
Yes.
Who all went into the storage container?
Just myself and Wesley Smith.
Okay. And was that Victoria's Secret bag that you just described, was it in that storage container when you got there?
Yes.
And what happened when you got into the storage container?
He gave me the bag and I grabbed it.
Okay. He just handed it to you?
Mm-hmm.
He didn't look through it and sort through it?
No.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 172. You take a look at that monitor. What's that a picture of?
And that's the bag that he provided.
Okay, did you actually take this photograph?
Yes.
Did you take a look at what was inside?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you document what was inside?
Yes, ma'am.
And I'm going to show you State's 173. Is that what was in it after you opened it?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you take a photo of everything that was in it when you received it from Wesley Smith?
Yeah, the photo is what I could see by looking inside.
When you looked inside, were there any particular type of spent shell casings that you were interested in involved in the investigation of the homicide that occurred at 604 Ocean Miss?
Yes.
What type of ammunition, spent shell casings, were you interested in?
I wanted to get the .45 caliber ammunition.
Were there other shell casings in there that were not .45 spent shell casings?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you yourself sort through that bag and look for and take out all of the .45 spent shell casings?
Yes.
Did you like the board dire on that?
All right.
Good morning, Detective Lugo.
Good morning, sir.
Detective, in this photo that is State's Exhibit 173, there appears to be this Victoria's Secrets bag. This is the outside of the Victoria's Secrets bag, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then inside the Victoria's Secrets bag, there appears to be some shell casings, but there also appears to be other items in that bag.
Yes.
And where are those items?
I'm not sure.
Well, you took the entire Victoria's Secrets bag, did you not?
Yes.
You're maybe a friend.
Yes.
Sir, this is a photograph that you took to show what, sir?
Everything that was inside of the bag.
At some point, do you separate out items that are in the bag?
Yes.
What do you separate out?
All the shell casings by caliber, and everything else that's in the bag.
And I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 172A, 172B, and ask you to take a look at it. And if you need gloves, sir, they're right there, and I'm going to bring you some scissors. Lieutenant Luke, up here. So while you're doing that, do you remember how many of what's in States in the Victoria's Secret bag 173, how many of these spent shell casings were 45s?
I want to say 18.
And without taking it out, I'm just going to ask you to open up 172B and take a look inside. I'll give you these scissors. We'll do this one first. This is 172B.
That one?
Yep. You might need these. Just take a look inside. Do those look like the items that you collected out of the Victoria's Secret bag?
Yes, ma'am.
And are they in same or substantially the same condition?
I understand.
Judge, at this time we'd introduce into evidence States 172B.
Any objection to 172B?
No objection.
It'll be admitted.
And sir, are those the spent shell casings that you collected and separated out of the Victoria's Secret bag?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you recognize on the packaging your name and description of the items?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to also ask you to take a look at 172A. Take a look at that inside. Does that look familiar?
Yes, ma'am.
And you go, is that in same or substantially the same condition as when you first took it into evidence?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, we'd also introduce 172A.
Any objection?
No objection.
172A will be admitted at this time.
Sir, can I just ask you to take it out and show the jury what's in 172A? And is that the Victoria's Secret bag that you received from Wesley Smith?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you package that separately than
Yes.
the spent shell casings?
Yes, ma'am.
Were the 45s, the 18 spent 45s, were they sent to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement to be compared to the spent shell casings from 604 Ocean Mist?
Yes, ma'am.
All of the other shell casings and contents, was that sent to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
Meaning from this bag?
Correct, sir.
No.
You were only interested in the 45s?
Yes, ma'am.
And why is that?
Because that's what we recovered at the scene, so that's what the comparison is.
Okay. I'm going to show you States 174. Do you recognize 174?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that a photograph that you took yourself documenting one of the spent shell casings that were taken out of the Victoria's Secret bag?
Yes, ma'am.
And does that fairly accurately depict one of those spent shell casings?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, we introduce State's Exhibit 174.
Any objection to 174?
No objections.
Stage 174 will be admitted at this time.
What's in State's 174?
Suspended shell casing, 45 caliber Winchester.
And why is that of interest to you, and why did you submit it to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement in this particular case?
The shell cases recovered at the scene were also 45 caliber Winchester and one SMG.
Your Honor, I think this is a good time
Yes.
for us to take a break.
Excellent. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take our lunch break. It is 12:07, so if I give you, I'll give you to 1:20, which is an hour and 13 minutes, so shaving 2 minutes off our hour and 15-minute lunches. But please take special caution not to be exposed to anything about this case, also not to discuss anything about this case amongst yourselves or anyone else, and also not to do any research related to this case. Other than that, please have a nice lunch. We'll come back and we'll start the proceedings again at 1:20. All rise for the jury. Jury has exited. Everyone may be seated. Actually, Lieutenant Lugo, you may step down, enjoy the lunch. At 1:20, we'll put you back in that chair, and then we'll bring the jury out, so you don't have to be back until then. All right, everyone have a nice lunch, and we'll start back at 1:20. Thank you. Christina, I thought I left my glasses in here. They must be in my office. If you can go find them. Oh, no.
Got him. I would have gone to get him.
I found them.
We can't be writing anything down unless there's a specific question concerning refreshing recollection. I just don't want him to have something that I don't see in front of him.
Yeah.
I wouldn't put it away. I would just make the difference between one and the other.
Okay,
That's it.
okay.
I haven't, and for the record, I've not spoken to him since.
No, I know you haven't.
All right.
I saw him writing. I didn't know if he was putting a note in front of his person.
We won't allow him to testify from notes unless he's refreshing his recollection from previously recorded notes. I don't know if the jury is ready, but is the state ready? We have
Yes.
the witness back.
Yes.
And Mr. Escobar, is the defense ready? We have everybody. We have Mr. Keetley.
He was just on the way up.
I heard them coming in, so they put them in there and then I'll line them up. I don't know if any of them need to do anything before they come in, but hopefully we'll have them momentarily. I had no reason why we can't go until 5:30 today. I think 5:30 was the latest that one juror could go without a child care issue. So I have no problem, if necessary, going up till 5:30 today. I certainly would like to get this witness done, and I don't know if there's...
Are those words of encouragement? Is that a hint?
It's just a hope. I'm not rushing. I don't like
I'm
to
just
rush
kidding with you,
anybody.
Judge. I know you're not. I know you won't.
Yeah, I'm not rushing you.
Judge, we believe that Lieutenant Lugo would take all day, so we don't have another witness. So I thought Mr. Escobar had told me that he was going to spend.
Oh, he said it.
Oh,
He
yeah,
did.
don't you worry about that.
I just
He
wanted
did,
to make
and he
sure
will.
I didn't need to have
Don't
somebody.
you worry about
No
that.
question, and I am absolutely fine with that. Even if he surprises us and is not, well into or past 5 o'clock, and we get done before 5 o'clock, that you don't have another witness available is absolutely fine.
All right, thank you, Judge.
Our hope is that we won't have to go up till 5:30 and he's not done, and then we have to bring him back tomorrow.
Okay.
And it's just a hope. It's not an absolute. There always is the possibility, though.
There's always a possibility.
No, but there's the possibility that if we go into the 5th week, we've only cleared this jury through the 4th. So there's a possibility if there's a number of them that can't go into the 5th week and we're not done, that we just declare a mistrial after 4 weeks of trial. I mean, there's no other way around it. If we don't get done in the time that we cleared them and they can't go beyond that time, there's nothing we can do besides declare a mistrial. But I will say, one, that many times when we have gone over, enough of the jurors, in fact, I think all of the jurors, were able to either clear or go over. There's just no guarantees. We specifically cleared them through the end of next week. So we'll hopefully be done by the end of next week. Then it's not an issue. If not, then we have to ask questions.
Judge, did you want to start at 8:30 tomorrow morning? So
We can start at 8:30 tomorrow morning. Absolutely. Can someone let Deputy State... Oh, you let him know? Jury is present and seated. Everyone else may be seated at this time. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, good afternoon. Welcome back. Did everyone have a nice lunch? Was the 3 minutes I shaved off the normal hour and 15 minutes an issue for anyone? Something you prefer I not do in the future and give you the full 115? All right, well, thank you all very much. Let me ask, though, before we pick up where we left off, whether anyone discussed anything about this case or was exposed to anything about this case during the lunch break by a show of hands. Excellent. Thank you all again. Let the record reflect there are no hands. Ms. Doherty, you may continue with the direct examination of the witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Lieutenant Lugo, I think we ended with the Victoria's Secret bag that you collected from Wesley Smith. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
The only, and what were the only items from that bag that you sent to FDLE for testing?
The 45 caliber shell casings.
Were the remaining contents of that bag, was that collected and impounded by you?
Yes.
Did you package it separately?
Yes.
Do you remember everything that was in the bag?
Yes, pretty much.
Okay. Can you tell me what else was in the bag?
There was other type of shell casings, different caliber shell casings, and there was 2 ammo boxes.
Okay. Are you sure about the amount of ammo boxes that were in the bag?
I know there was 2 boxes inside.
Okay. Could there have been more than...
Objection, improper.
Question.
Yeah. Well, approach.
Let me start this way. Lieutenant Lugo, did you review the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Police report before testifying today?
Yes.
And how big is the Sheriff's report involving this particular case?
It's over 1,900 pages.
And are there numerous property receipts for all the evidence that was collected and impounded in this particular case?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you been able to memorize everything that was impounded and inventoried by the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office?
No, ma'am.
Did you look recently and review all of the inventory and property sheets that were involved in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you remember specifically reviewing the items that were in the Victoria's Secret bag in addition to the .45 caliber ammunition?
Yes.
Okay. And are you positive that there were 2 empty ammo boxes in the Victoria's Secret bag?
That's as I recall.
Okay.
I know everything from that bag was inventory and impounded.
Okay. And with looking at your inventory, would that help refresh your recollection as to the amount of empty boxes that were in the Victoria's Secret?
Judge, we will stipulate to the number of boxes.
Well, what are you
We
stipulating?
will stipulate that there's 3 boxes.
All right. Is that all right with the state? They'll stipulate there's 3?
That's fine. But Detective Lugo, could you look at, if I provided you with your inventory sheet, could you look at that?
Yes.
And you were accurate at the time when you inventoried it and took count of what was in there?
Yes, ma'am.
And you impounded it and collected it?
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to approach and just show you. Can you please take a look at that and look at page 2? And did you record, as part of your inventory, the amount of empty ammo boxes that were in that Victoria's Secret bag?
Yes.
And how many boxes were in there?
3.
And those were collected and impounded and secured by you?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you put them in the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Property Evidence section?
Yes.
Where they would be retained?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you about other firearms that were collected in this case. I think I already asked you about the search that was conducted on the Keetley property and the vehicles associated with the defendant. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
At some point, did you meet with the defendant's father, Thomas Keetley?
Yes, ma'am.
When did that occur?
I want to say that was December 13th of 2010.
And why were you meeting with him?
Received a call from another detective that Mr. Keetley was willing to provide a firearm for us to test.
Okay. And what type of firearm was that?
It was a Taurus .45 caliber.
And so that is a firearm that shoots .45s?
Yes.
Okay. Did you indeed meet with the defendant's father and collect that firearm?
I did.
And was that submitted to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement to be tested against the shell casings and the projectiles that were recovered at 604 Ocean Miss Court involved in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when you are collecting firearms, do they have an individual serial number that is unique to every firearm that there is?
Yes, ma'am.
And as part of your inventory to keep track of what firearms you are submitting, do you record and document the serial number prior to submitting it to FDLE?
Yes.
So I want to be specific about the Taurus firearm that shoots .45s that you collected from the defendant's father. Did you record that so that you could document that specific firearm in this case?
Yes.
And did you bring that with you today? Was that documented in a part of your report?
It was documented in the submission to FDLE, and it was also documented in a property receipt.
All right. Can you give us what the serial number was for that particular firearm?
You mind if I take a look, because I don't remember it? Can
Judge,
I look at it?
Judge, we'd offer it as past recollection recorded.
Judge, we don't have any objections to
All
looking at it.
All right, you can look at it.
Yes, sir.
The serial number for that firearm was Nora Charlie Tango 21132.
And when you say Nora Charlie, that's N, Nora?
And yeah.
Okay. Charlie is what?
C Tango T.
And then, so that was submitted, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And at some point, did you come into contact with a person named Lonnie Tyndall?
Yes, ma'am.
When did you come into contact with Lonnie Tyndall?
I want to say that was December 3rd.
December 3rd?
2010.
Okay. And when I say Lonnie Tyndall, is that Tindale?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. When did you come into, you said December 3rd of 2010. What time and at what location?
I don't recall the exact time, but I went to his residence.
And where was that residence located at?
In Ruskin.
And when you came into contact with Mr. Tyndall, did you conduct an interview with him?
I did.
Was he cooperative during that interview?
Yes, he was.
And without going into what he said, after that interview was conducted, did you collect firearms from Mr. Tyndall?
I did.
Did he consent and give you those firearms?
Yes, he did.
Did you have to obtain a search warrant to get those firearms?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And what type of firearms did you collect from Mr. Tyndall?
I also got a Taurus 45 from him.
Okay. Was there any other firearms that you received from him?
Yes.
Okay. Were any of those other firearms besides the Taurus shot 45 caliber ammunition?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Did you submit the Taurus that you collected from Lonnie Tyndall into Florida Department of Law Enforcement to be compared to the shell casings in this particular case?
Yes, ma'am.
And again, just like I asked you about the defendant's father's firearm that was turned in, did that possess a unique serial number that you documented and recorded prior to sending it to FDLE?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you bring that with you here today?
Yes.
I'd ask you to read us what the serial number was for the firearm involving Lonnie Tyndall.
That was N.M. Nancy Mike 48622.
And that was submitted, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All of the shell casings that were recovered in this particular case, did you ask crime scene investigators or lab analysts from FDLE to do anything with those shell casings?
Yes, to process them for DNA prints and compare them.
Okay. And did you say prints, fingerprints?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were there shell casings, were there ammunition in the Taurus that that Lonnie Tyndall submitted to you?
Yes.
Did you also ask for those casings to be printed?
Yes.
Did you or other detectives collect DNA samples from all of the live victims in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And are there, when the deceased victims go to the medical examiner, is there a bloodstain card that can be submitted to FDLE for a DNA sample to be developed?
Yes, ma'am.
And were all of those items, the DNA samples from all of the surviving victims, as well as the two deceased victims, did you request for those to be sent to FDLE for analysis or comparison in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
And I think, what did you submit for DNA testing? I think you've already testified to that.
What did I submit?
Did you say that you had the shell casings also
Yes.
swabbed for DNA?
Yes, ma'am.
During the course of your investigation, did you learn of a composition notebook that had been seized from the kitchen counter of the Keetley home, out of the defendant's home?
Yes.
Was that of particular interest to you?
Yes.
Why?
Because of what was in it.
And what was that?
They had names to include by law.
And at that point, had you already ascertained who Bylon was?
Yes.
And what was Mr. Bylon's nickname?
Creek.
And was Mr. Bylon's address in that composition notebook?
Yes, ma'am.
And at some point, did you ask and request for the fingerprints or that notebook to be processed by one of the crime scene investigators for fingerprints?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you have fingerprint analysis at the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office that can do fingerprint comparison?
Yes, ma'am.
And was Ricky Navarro, was he one of the fingerprint analysis in this particular case that worked at the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office?
Yes, ma'am.
Judge, we would stipulate to those fingerprints if the detective would like to share with us.
All right. Mr. Doherty, are you willing to accept the stipulation regarding the fingerprint?
Judge, we still intend on calling Mr. Navarro, but I have no objection to if they don't have any objection, going over the results.
Absolutely, no objection.
Lieutenant Lugo, and were there latent fingerprints that were recovered from that notebook that had Omar Bylon's name in it, or Bylon's name in it?
I don't recall.
Okay, that's fine. But you would have submitted it and had them fingerprinted, is that correct?
Judge, we would submit that Mr. Keetley's prints from his left hand were on that composition book.
All right. Are you willing to accept that stipulation?
Judge, again, we intend to call Ricky Navarro to prove that out.
Okay.
I'm going to ask you about November 30th of 2020. On that date, did you go to St. Joseph's Hospital?
Yes, I did.
Why did you go to St. Joseph's Hospital?
I wanted to meet with Gonzalo Guevara.
Who did you go to St. Joseph's Hospital with?
It was Detective Shrine went with me.
And where was Gonzalo Guevara at in St. Joseph's Hospital?
He was in ICU.
Prior to meeting with him, did you talk to any of the hospital personnel to get a status or an update as to his medical condition?
Just when I walked in, I talked to the RN.
And when you walked in, was there anyone else with him in the ICU?
I don't recall if his sister was there that time or not.
Had you met his sister?
On the phone.
Okay. At some point, do you remember seeing his sister at the hospital as well?
Yes.
Was there more than one occasion where you had gone to St. Joseph's Hospital to meet with Gonzalo Guevara?
Yes, ma'am.
Going back to the first time, November 30th of 2020, after making contact with his RN, did you proceed into the ICU to meet with Mr. Guevara?
Yes.
What happened when you got there and met with him?
When I talked to him, I introduced myself, told him my name, told him Detective Schramm's name, and I told him that at some point I wanted to show him some photographs.
Did you have a photo pack with you on that day?
Yes.
Why did you not show it to him on that day?
Because he was having hallucinations earlier that morning or the night before.
When you spoke to him, was he alert and awake?
He was.
And that was, other than introduce yourself, did you conduct any sort of formal interview with him at that time?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
Just because of knowing that he was having hallucinations, I wanted to wait.
Were you aware of, I think you've already testified that there was a detective who had interviewed him on the day that this happened, November 25th of 2010, is that correct?
Yes.
Was there another deputy that you were aware of that also interviewed him on November 25th of 2010?
Yes.
And who was that?
I want to say that was Deputy Doyle.
And did you review both of those reports from Deputy Doyle and Deputy Dirks prior to seeing Mr. Guevara on November 30th of 2010?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you aware of whether or not they had already secured descriptions from Mr. Guevara prior to you seeing him on November 30th of 2010?
Yes.
Had anybody at that point shown, to your knowledge, from the sheriff's office, try to show photographs or do any sort of photo identification with Mr. Guevara at that point?
No, ma'am.
And as the lead detective in this case, would you have been aware of that?
Yes.
Now I want to talk about the following day. Did you go back to see Mr. Guevara?
Yes.
And what day did you go to see him?
That was December 1st.
And on December 1st, did you have anyone with you at that time?
No, I was by myself.
And when you responded to, was he still in the ICU?
Yes.
And approximately what time did you go there to meet with him?
I want to say it was in the afternoon, about 1 p.m.
And was there anyone, do you remember if there was anyone with him at that time?
He was alone.
Did you meet with his nurse prior to meeting with him?
Yes, when I walked in, I met with her.
And when you say he was alone, do you mean there were no other family members at that time in the ICU with him?
There was nobody in the room.
Okay. And did you get an update from the nurse as to his status?
Yes.
What happened when you made contact with Gonzalo Guevara on December 1st of 2010?
When I walked in, he said, hey, he called me by name, said Detective Jose Lugo, which is something that I had asked him the day before to try to remember. That was another way for me to measure if he could remember. Also, I asked him to see what was the name of the detective that was with me. He couldn't remember, but he could remember the color of the shirt that Detective Strand was wearing.
From the day before?
From the day before.
Okay. Were you advised by the nurse whether or not Mr. Guevara had been given any sort of pain medication or was on pain medication?
Yes.
And what was he on?
I want to say that they had given him some morphine.
Okay. And and based on that, did you ask him any other questions to try to discern how alert and aware that he was?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what sort of questions you asked and how he responded?
I asked him from his name, where he was from, his father's name, mother's name, who the president was, where he went to school, if he had a vehicle, what type of vehicle he was, where he was, why he was there. Just asked him, I want to say, in over 20 questions, just to try to gauge if he knew what was going on at that time.
And how was his responses to your questions?
He was quick and he appeared to be lucid and sharp to me.
And did he answer those questions appropriately?
Yes, ma'am.
So based on that, did you decide at that time that you were going to show him a photo pack?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm going to show you, it's already into evidence, States Exhibit 191. Let me ask you this, where is he in the room when you are showing him this photo pack?
He was laying in bed.
I'm going to hand to you. Well, I'm going to put this on the Elmo. I'm going to show you States 191. Can you see that from where you are, or do I need to zoom it up? Zoom.
I can see it.
Okay. I'm going to zoom it just a little bit anyway, so make sure everybody can see it. And again, is this the unique case number up here, the 10-595-053, belonging to the homicide investigation of the Guichon brothers and the attempted homicide of the surviving victims?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And are you filling out this information? Is this your handwriting?
Yes.
And then where it says Gonzalo Guevara, did you fill that out as well?
I did.
Okay. I'm going to ask you some more questions about that, but I'm going to go where it says the instructions. Are these the same instructions? Is this a uniform form that would also be on the one that was shown to Daniel Beltran, as well as the one shown to Jose Rodriguez.
Yes, ma'am.
And did you read those instructions to Mr. Guevara when he was in the ICU and you were preparing to show him the photo pack?
I did.
And after you read those instructions, did he indicate to you that he understood everything that you had read him?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you read him the entire form verbatim as it's written on the form?
Yes, ma'am.
And then I'm going to hand you the photo pack that was shown to Mr. Guevara. And can you demonstrate to them, did you do it similarly to the way that you had done it for Daniel Beltran?
Yes.
Can you tell us, but then explain to them how Gonzalo Guevara is interacting with you as you are showing him these photographs?
Okay. So you want me to demonstrate?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So just like on the last one, I went one picture at a time. I want to show them all 6. So I hand him the first picture. So I handed the picture. He grabs it. He was quick. He said no. So I grabbed it right away from him, put it down. Then the second picture, same thing. He grabbed it right away. He said no. I grabbed it back. Gave him the third picture. Okay. He grabbed it and right away he said, "That's him. That's him." I grabbed it back, put it down. I showed him the fourth picture. Same thing. He grabbed it, looked at it, said no. I grabbed it from him, put it down. Showed him the fifth picture. Again, grabbed it, looked at it, said no. Grabbed it from him, put it down. 6th photograph, also same thing. He grabbed it, said no. Grabbed it from him, put it down. At that time, I went back. I showed him picture number 3. I said, "Where you know that person from?" And he said, "That's the person that shot me and killed my friends." So I had him sign the photograph. I took it back from him.
Now I'm going to ask you a few questions. Now going back to the first time when you handed him that photo number 3 and he made the identification, did you make any observations about his demeanor at that time?
Yes, he got emotional. He started getting teary-eyed and crying. He started shaking.
But you continued to show him the rest of the photos, is that correct?
Yes.
And I'm going to take you that back and I'm going to put it up on the big screen for you because I want to ask you a couple of questions. All of these photographs here, do you see there's a number up here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and it goes on to 6. Is that correct?
Yes.
Were those numbers on the photo pack before you showed that to Gonzalo Guevara?
No, there was no markings whatsoever on those pictures.
Okay. And when did who put these markings on these photographs?
I did.
Okay. Did you, and when did you do that?
I did that after I showed the photo pack.
Did you keep those photographs in the same order?
Yes.
After you were done signing them?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, after you're done showing them to him in the ICU?
Yes.
And I'm going to go back to this. After he picked out that photograph, did you also have him sign this instruction sheet?
I did.
Okay, and right here, is that where he signed the document right here?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, now I'm going to zoom in and ask you about this. That's not really working, is it? It's not focusing. Oh, it is focusing. I had my reading glasses on and I'm looking at it far away. Sorry. So I'm going to ask you, and I'm going to zoom it back. So right next to this particular, where you had him sign, what is that?
That's an X.
Okay. And who put that there?
I did.
And then is this what is this right here?
That's my signature.
Okay. And right here, the date and time, who would have put that on this form?
I did.
And again, what is this here?
That's my personnel number.
All right, and the person, I'm going to zoom out now a little bit so everybody can see the entire form. On this place where it says person identification, who filled in this information?
I did.
And again, when is that information filled in?
I don't recall if I did it right there at the hospital or if I took it with me and then did it in my office. It was one of the two.
Now I'm going to ask you about right up here in this place where it says, viewing the lineup I have identified, and there's a number there. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay. What is written in this particular line?
That's the number 3.
Okay. Is there another number there?
Yeah.
What's the other number that is right here?
4.
Okay. I want you to explain to the jury why there are 2 numbers in this location.
At some point when I'm filling out the form, I put the number 4. During the interview, I knew that the picture I showed him was number 3, was the picture that he picked and that he signed. So I got confused. During the interview with him, he says it's picture number 3, so I fixed it. Instead of using the number 4, I put the number 3 there and I put my initials next to it so it can be documented. I changed that.
Okay. And is that what is right there?
Yes, those are my initials.
Okay. And normally, would you be putting your initials in this location?
No.
So what is the reason why your initials are there?
Letting you know that I'm the one that changed that.
Did you also, at that time, at some point, did you also do a recorded interview with Mr. Guevara?
Yes.
When was that done?
Right after I showed on the photopop, I went through all those questions that I had asked him before and recorded that.
And did you also reference the photo identification that he had just done?
Yes, I did.
And part of that was recorded, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Transcribed?
Yes.
And did you have an opportunity to review it?
Yes.
And in there, is there a reference to Mr. Guevara as to the numbered photo that he selected?
Yes.
When you're having him sign his name on the photo that he identified, is that occurring right when you're showing him the photos? This signature right there.
Just so I understand. So if he signed right when I showed him the photos, first time he said, I took it back, then I went back to show him, is that the photo that you picked? And that's when he signed.
Okay. And are you required to make sure before he actually signs that they see every photo in that 6 photo array, all 6 photos?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But as soon as you're done showing him the 6th one, you pick out the one that he had picked out. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the only photograph that you asked him to sign?
Yes.
Now I'm going to ask you again, going back to this signature, do you see this right here?
Yes.
Okay. What is that?
That's an X.
Okay. At some other time, have you mistaken that for something else?
Yes.
And what did you mistake that for?
A 4.
Okay. And when you have people sign things, documents of that nature, what is one of your habits?
Just to show them where to sign. I always put that X just to show people, hey, sign right here for me.
As part of your showing of the photo pack, as part of that procedure, are you also asked to record and document how sure they are of their identification?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you do this in this case?
Yes.
And how sure did Guevara say that he was as to the identification that he had made on December 1st of 2010?
I think he said 1,000%. I thought he said 2,000%, but it was 1,000%. Is what he said.
And in that photo pack, did that to Mr. Guevara, is that the first photo pack that had a more current photograph of the defendant?
Yes, ma'am.
When you saw him on November 27th of 2010, what did you observe his height and weight to be?
I thought he was about 5'11", 6 feet tall, maybe 200.
Judge, I don't understand his answer. 5'11" and 6 feet tall. It's one or the other. Improper predicate for that opinion.
Well, you can impeach him if you want to rephrase the question, and I just want to make sure, who are we talking about?
The defendant.
Okay,
Sir.
I want to make sure.
I apologize if I didn't clear that up. Sir, you met with the defendant on November 27th of 2010, is that correct?
Yes.
A few days after this offense had occurred, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you saw him, is that correct?
Yes.
Did you see him standing?
Yes.
In that interview room at D4, how close did you get to him?
Yes, I was feet from him, 3 feet from him.
And I think you gave us a range. Is that do you know how to give somebody's exact height?
No, I don't.
So what was the range? What was the range that you thought the defendant was on November 27th of 2010?
5'11", 6 feet tall. It
And,
was about my height. That's
and how tall are you, sir?
5'11".
And what did you estimate his weight to be?
About 220, 230 pounds. 210, somewhere in that, between 210 and 230, I would say.
And what was his hairstyle?
His hair was combed to the sides, to the back.
Long or short?
His short hair,
And what color?
which was brownish.
At some point, do you come into contact with a person by the name of Henry Bowes?
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you come into contact? How does Henry Bowes come on your radar?
Phone records.
Okay. And do you make contact with Mr. Bowes?
Yes, I did.
Where do you meet with him and when?
I went to his residence, and I want to say that was December 4th of 2010.
Okay. And when you went to where was his residence? Let me ask you that.
It was in Tarpon Springs.
All right. And did you drive there yourself?
I did.
What is the distance from, and you have been to the Keetley property over there on Bonita, is that Bonita Drive or Bonita Springs?
Bonita Drive.
Bonita Drive, sorry about that. What is the distance from the defendant's residence to Henry Bowes' house in Tarpon Springs?
It's about 60 miles, a little over 60 miles.
And when you met with Henry Bowes, did you conduct an interview with him?
I did.
Did you also conduct an interview with Carrie Bowes, his wife at the time?
Yes, ma'am.
And were those interviews done at the same time or separately?
Separately.
Were they both placed under oath?
Yes, ma'am.
And during the course of that interview, at some point based on the information from Henry Bowes, did you make any sort of inquiry as to whether or not the garbage had been collected?
Yes.
And had it already been taken from the Bowes property?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to ask you about, I know we've already talked about the cell phone records. There was a search warrant that was done for the defendant's cell phone records. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And there was another search warrant, was a separate search warrant required to actually do a download of the defendant's cell phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that also done in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, I'm going to ask you about the computer in this case. Did you submit the computer to the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
I did.
And did you request for that computer to be analyzed?
Yes, ma'am.
And for a mirrored hard drive or a mirrored copy of the hard drive to be made?
Yes.
And was all of that done?
Yes, ma'am.
During the course of your investigation, did you become aware of a hotspot that was contained in the laptop bag and taken from the Keetley residence at the same time as the laptop?
Yes, ma'am.
During the course of your investigation, back when this was first being investigated, did you realize what the significance of that hotspot was?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Back in 2010, were you aware of what that device was in the laptop bag?
I didn't know, no.
What is a preservation letter?
Preservation letters is usually a letter with our letterhead asking a company to preserve some type of records.
And is that something that you, with regards to cell phones and other evidence from companies, is there a concern in an investigation of losing that type of evidence?
Yes.
And back in 2010, what types of preservation letters would you send out in a homicide case?
Usually the preservation letters went to the records, to text messaging. Usually the text messaging was something that the companies got rid of quicker because it was so much data. So usually we send preservation records for those.
And is that in case you cannot already obtain those records?
That's correct.
For instance, if you submit a search warrant for cell phone records, would there be a need to send a preservation letter?
If a search warrant is sent, right away, no, because the records will be there.
If you don't have the grounds at that time, probable cause to get a search warrant, in those cases, sometimes do you send a preservation letter just to ensure records are not destroyed?
Yes.
And should probable cause be developed at a later time, they will still be there. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Is that the purpose of a preservation letter?
Yes, ma'am.
Back in November of 2010, did you have any reason, did you know the significance or to send a preservation letter for the router, for the mobile router that was in the laptop bag that was found at the Keetley house?
No, ma'am.
I know that, I'm going to go chronologically. I know December 8th, we already talked about. That was the date that you, what was the date that, who did you meet on that date?
Wesley Smith.
Okay. Did you also conduct an interview of his wife, Carmen Smith?
Yes.
And were those interviews conducted separately?
Yes.
Now I want to go to December 9th of 2010. Did you meet with and interview David Beckwith?
Yes, I did.
Where did you meet with him, and tell us how that went?
I met with him once, and we had to provide him with a subpoena to come in and give statement.
And was that a subpoena from the state attorney's office?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that a subpoena that compelled him to go to the state attorney's office?
Yes, ma'am.
And at that time, did Mr. Beckwith, did he go to the state attorney's office?
Yes.
And was a sworn statement, a formal statement taken from Mr. Beckwith on that date?
Yes, ma'am.
Who was present?
It was the state attorney, Mr. It's been so long I don't remember which one it was. I want to say it was Mr. Pruner, and myself and Mr. Beckwith.
Your Honor, may I have one moment?
Yes.
Your Honor, this time we passed the witness.
Mr. Escobar, were you able to start and then take a break, or do you need to take a break before?
We're going to need to set up, Your Honor.
Okay, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a very short break just to set up some stuff. If you will please not discuss the case amongst yourselves or anyone else, do not do any research related to the case, and avoid any reports of the case outside of the courtroom. All rise for the jury. It'll be a relatively short break, ladies and gentlemen. Jury has exited. Everyone may be seated. Let me see, Lieutenant Lugo. Approximately how long do you think you're going to need? 15 minutes? Okay. If you want to step down, you're welcome to. Just as always, do not discuss your testimony with anyone. So if you want to be back in 15 minutes, we'll see if the jury's ready for us. Okay. Oh, 15.
I was just going to step out for a second.
Yeah.
It's my old age, Judge, you know?
You know, I'm biting my tongue, Mr. Escobar. I'm not going to say anything. If you was brought up, if you don't have anything nice to say, don't say anything, right? But I can imagine that you are not as savvy as she is with
No, they
the
run circles around me.
technical equipment. Utilize it. You're going to spin it for the jury. Is that correct?
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
And as I've said, excuse me, before, when you turn it, I can't see it. I won't need to see it unless there's an issue. If there's an objection, there's an issue regarding something on the screen, you all know that if you ask to approach or have it, we can just turn it around so that then I can see it. The jury doesn't need to see it when I'm looking at it for an issue if there's an issue.
Yes, and we'll be using this for part of it. Some of them state exhibits we're just going to put on the OMA.
Okay. Oh, all right. Perfect. Yes.
All rise, jury entering courtroom.
Seated. Everyone else may be seated at this time. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, welcome back. I hope everyone enjoyed their break. We had to move some stuff around and some of the technical equipment, technology in the courtroom to get ready. Let me ask, did anyone discuss the case amongst themselves or with anyone else, or was anyone exposed to anything about the case during the last break by show of hands? Excellent. Thank you very much. Let the record reflect that there are no hands raised. Last thing I want to tell you, ladies and gentlemen, is that I don't want anybody to be concerned that we would go in any way go past 5:30 today. I'm not at all suggesting that we would go up to 5:30, but I'm letting you know, because I know someone has some child care issues. If we were to go past 5:30, we will not be going past 5:30. I promise you of that. I do not know exactly where we're stopping, but we will not go past 5:30, and we may not even go anywhere near 5:30. So we're going to turn now to the defense. Mr. Escobar, are you ready?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Detective Lugo.
Good afternoon, sir.
Detective, you and I go back a long way, don't we?
Yes, sir.
You started your position as a homicide detective sometime, I believe it was maybe June of 2008.
That's correct.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And before that, I believe you were in the gang unit.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so you were kind of familiar where the gangs hang out in Hillsborough County, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And one of the places that you would have gang activity would be specifically this South Shore, or what's called also Ocean Mist community, correct?
Ruskin, yes.
And Ocean Mist was in Ruskin.
Yes, sir.
And so gangs would be in that area heavily, correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, you have gone to this Ocean Mist community, and you have seen the actual sign for the Ocean Mist Drive, riddled
Yes,
with bullets.
I don't recall riddled with bullets. I remember the sign.
Now, you've seen this area as having tags, right?
Yes, sir.
You know what tags are, correct?
Yes, sir.
Those are all kinds of signs that these gang members put on homes and fences and trees and even signs in order to mark their territory, correct?
Yes, sir.
And sometimes rival gangs come into those neighborhoods and put their tags in other people's territory, correct?
Yes, sir.
And many times that creates problems.
Objection, Your Honor.
Legal basis?
Relevance, speculation.
Well, I'll caution the witness not to speculate. He can answer based on his own experience. Mr. Escobar, I'm going to give you a little bit of leeway to shore up some relevance here.
I will, Judge. Turf battles, right?
Yes.
You're familiar with those, right?
Yes, sir.
And those turf battles can get pretty violent, right?
Yes, sir.
Shootings, homicides, you name it.
Yes, sir.
You were familiar with gangs called West Side, correct?
Yes, sir.
South Side,
Yes, sir.
Mexican Mafia,
Yes, sir.
Latin Life,
Yes, sir.
Nuestra Familia.
Yes, sir.
All these gangs were prevalent within this particular area, correct?
I'm familiar with them, but I don't remember if all those that you mentioned were from that area.
Okay. Now, as a detective in the homicide division, you would agree that your main function is to go out there and preserve evidence, right?
Yes, sir.
That's the function of every law enforcement officer, right?
Yes.
You've been taught as early as your days of the academy that you should preserve evidence in its most virgin state, right?
Yes, sir.
And you're given various tools in an effort to do that, correct?
Yes.
And you're not only preserving evidence for the government, you're preserving evidence for our administration of justice, right?
Yes, sir.
Because you don't call the public defender's office when you're investigating a crime out there at Ocean Mist and say, hey, public defender, come over here and see what you can preserve, right?
That's correct.
You're supposed to preserve all the material and relevant evidence, correct?
Yes, sir.
Whether it's for the defense or the prosecution.
Yes, sir. All evidence.
Because if you don't, what happens then when we get to someone being charged and then defended is that evidence may be gone if you don't preserve it, right?
If it's not preserved, it can be lost, yes.
It may be gone forever.
Yes.
And it could be very, very detrimental in presenting a defense if you don't have certain pieces of evidence that could have enlightened a jury as to what really happened, right?
It could be detrimental to the case.
To the case, right?
Yes.
And in fact, when you preserve evidence, it's really good if you record evidence. The jury can hear exactly what took place, right?
Yes.
And if you videotape evidence, a jury can actually see with their own eyes what took place during that particular part, for example, of your questioning, right?
Yes.
And you've had various experience over the years, and all of your supervisors and all of your agencies telling you, Detective Lugo, we need to do that. It's important, right?
Yes.
You've been instructed throughout all of the years of every division that you've ever had.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes, it is important to preserve evidence.
You've also been instructed as not only an officer, but as a detective in the homicide division, is that we can't rush to judgment, right?
That's correct.
Because as human beings, you would agree in your line of work, sometimes when you rush to judgment, you miss possible clues that may lead you somewhere else.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
We can't assume things in criminal investigations. We've got to preserve them, verify them, correct?
Yes, sir.
And make sure that they're accurate.
Yes, sir.
That's what our administration of justice in this court demands, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's something that you've been trained not only in the academy, but most importantly, as a new officer, new detective, I should say, in the homicide squad, right?
Yes, sir.
You carry a recorder with you everywhere you go.
Yes.
And it's a small little digital one, right?
Yes, sir.
Even back in 2010, they had these small little digital recorders that you could stick in your pocket.
Yes.
And the beauty of being a law enforcement officer is that you don't have to tell anybody that you're recording them.
That's correct.
That's a thing of beauty, right?
That's correct.
You, as a police officer, could be talking to me. You could have that recorder in your pocket. The button could have already been pressed. And here I am talking to you, and you're going to capture everything from the moment that you and I meet to the time that I leave the room. Correct?
Yes, sir.
And you can do that with every single witness that you interview, period.
Yes.
There's no law, there's no prohibition against it, correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, your agency encourages it. The Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office encourages that because they even give you the recorder to use. Correct?
They don't encourage for you to record every conversation that you have with somebody.
Well, certainly every conversation you're having with a material witness.
Yes.
No, I would agree. They probably wouldn't encourage you to record me, but
And that's
okay. The lead detective. That's an important title that's given to you in a homicide case, right?
it's a role.
Well,
It's a role.
It's not the first time you've been a lead detective, right?
No.
Okay. Prior to November of 2010, how many times were you assigned the role of lead detective?
Probably 12, 13 times.
Okay. And you had just gone in 2009 to the schools that they send relatively new homicide detectives, right? In 2009, you went to 2 schools, correct?
Yes, sir.
One in St. Pete and one in Jacksonville. As part of your training to be a competent homicide detective, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so, when you were given the role of lead detective, was that by then Sergeant Losat? Now he's a colonel, right?
Yes,
He's
sir.
at the top of the food chain.
Yes, sir.
Is Colonel or Sergeant Losat the individual that assigned you the lead homicide detective in this case?
No, sir.
Do you know who it was?
Yes, it was Corporal Bowman.
Corporal Bowman. Do you know if Corporal Bowman had spoken to Sergeant Losat at that time?
I don't know. No, I don't know.
You like Sergeant Losat, right?
Yes.
Highly respected member of law enforcement?
Yes, sir.
At the time you were working for David G., our sheriff then in Hillsborough County, right?
Yes, sir.
Great sheriff we had in Sheriff G., correct?
Yes, sir.
You respected him.
Yes, sir.
You knew that he was your authority as far as what you had to do as a law enforcement officer for the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And being the lead, you are responsible for the investigation of this homicide case. That's on your shoulders, correct?
Pretty much, yes, sir.
If it's not done right, it's your fault, not anybody else's fault. Your responsibility to make sure that it gets done right, that you find the individuals that committed the crime, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that you preserve all the evidence and then come here to testify. That's your responsibility, not your supervisors, not anybody else, as the lead detective, correct?
No, I have to disagree. There's so many moving parts. I can control everything that happens. So I am responsible for the case, but that doesn't mean that I have control about everything that happens on the case.
You're going to review everything that happens on the case, correct?
Yes. Yes.
You're going to review everything and you're going to give direction and you're going to give guidance to anybody else that's helping you.
Yes.
Now, you believe that the homicide in this case occurred sometime before 2:22 in the morning on November 25th, 2010, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you're telling the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that you believe that it was sometime before 2:22 because 2:22 is when someone called 911 in order to report what had happened.
Yes, sir.
Please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what happened before that 911 call based upon your investigation that you investigated. What happened before that 911 call was made, meaning the time period from the shooting to the time period of the 911 call. Please tell the jury what your investigation revealed.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Certainly.
Officer Lugo, you were aware, are you not?
Lieutenant Lugo.
Detective
Followed by
Lugo.
his current lieutenant.
Or he was a detective back in
Well, but he's a
2010.
lieutenant today.
Lieutenant.
Mr. Starr.
Lieutenant Lugo. You are aware, are you not, that before 911 was called, there were various calls between the parties, and then 911 was called, correct?
No, sir.
You're not aware of the Lucas brothers and the Lucas sister having conversations before, don't tell me what the conversations were, before 911 was called?
No, sir.
So are you telling this jury that you really don't know when the actual shooting took place? You're just assuming that it was sometime close to the period of time of 2:22 in the morning?
That is correct.
Did you not go back to try to get some exact times of when the actual shooting occurred with those witnesses that were there at the scene?
I did.
Okay, I'm all ears.
Nobody could tell me an exact time of when this occurred. You're asking me when did it occur? I'm not sure at the time. It happened before 2:22 in the morning.
Nobody could tell you, even though Jose Rodriguez was right there and unharmed, right?
Yes.
Nobody could tell you, although you know that it was one of the Lucas brothers that actually called 911, correct?
Yes.
He couldn't tell you either.
He couldn't tell me the exact time, no.
Now I ask the witness to step down here.
Yes, Lieutenant, you may step down to utilize the audio-visual equipment.
If you could come over here just so that we don't interrupt. Detective Lugo, I am going to show you before we get to that screen.
And members of the jury, please don't be shy to let me know if you can't see. I don't need to see it, but you need to see it. So if at any time either the attorney or the witness is blocking your view of the evidence or the display, please raise your hand and let me know.
Detective Lugo, I'm going to show you what has been introduced as State's Exhibit number 5, 5A, 5B, and 5C. I'm going to give them all to you.
Okay.
And have you review them. Please tell me if you recognize each one of those exhibits and whether they fairly and accurately depict the scene of this homicide when you first arrived the morning of 10/25. I believe you said 4:30 in the morning, right?
Yes, sir.
Do they, Detective?
Yes.
Okay. And the reason I did that is because we're going to be displaying them here, and I want to make sure that what's being displayed here is an accurate replica of what we've got here.
I believe it is. In one of the pictures, there's a light that we put there. I don't remember if it was there at 4:30 in the morning or shortly after.
Got you. Okay. So let's take a look, if we can.
Judge, may I reposition?
Absolutely. Anywhere you want, as long as it's not blocking the jury.
Detective, showing you exhibit number 5. What is that an exhibit of?
That is the front of the residence when the shooting happened.
Okay.
From the street.
You realized that when you first went there that morning at about 4:30, even at 4:30, you realized that it was an extremely dark area of that community, correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, there's not a light pole for a block and a half away.
It was dark.
Did you check and see if there was any lighting anywhere nearby? You didn't see any.
No, sir.
Is that correct? It was really dark.
Yes.
Even with the light that was shining here, if you go beyond here, it was really dark, right?
Yes, sir.
And you noticed that when you first came up to that particular scene.
That's correct.
Because as a detective, one of the things that you want to find out and think to yourself, hey, when this homicide occurred, you want to know what the lighting conditions are, right?
Yes, sir.
In order to determine whether witnesses can perceive accurately what they're claiming to perceive, right?
Yes.
I mean, light does things to our eyes, right? It makes it harder to see, right?
That's correct.
Okay. And so when you got there, you made that assessment.
Yes, I can see that.
And you believe that when you got there, this light, which was a light from your support staff.
Yeah, that was from the crime scene technicians.
Right. And they needed that light in order to be able to see.
Yes.
Because it was that dark.
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you went there, did you go up on this particular porch here?
I did at some point, yes.
Tell me what the wattage is on that light.
On that one, I'm not sure.
Well, did you check it?
No, I did not.
Why not?
Didn't think of looking at what it was.
Well, in homicide scenes, you would agree that what you want to do many times is you want to recreate the atmosphere that the witnesses and the victims were in when the shooting took place, right?
Yes.
That happens a lot in homicides, right?
Yes.
And sometimes in homicides, you actually have even a reconstruction of the scene, right?
Yes.
And sometimes you actually even use what's called light meters to determine how much light do we have in this particular area, so that the experts can then determine, oh, we're going to use this meter reading from a light meter in order to come out with an opinion, right?
I have never used one, but I guess, yes, it could be used.
Well, you've certainly mapped areas, correct, right?
Yes.
And you all have some pretty sophisticated equipment there at the Sheriff's Office, even back in 2010, to map an area, right?
Yes, sir.
I mean, you can tell inches and fractions of an inch when you're mapping an area, right?
They can, yes.
And so we can actually, once it's mapped, you get a nice picture here, a nice picture, and you can tell from this part to this part is 10 feet, 12 feet. You can tell it all, right?
It depends on what items you're measuring.
But you want to measure as many items as you can so that at some point in time, certainly when the defense comes around, that we have a very accurate picture of the dimensions of this whole area, the whole front yard, how many feet from those steps to the curb over here. You want to know all that stuff, right?
Yes, that's something that gets done. They measure all that plot, the steps, where the vehicles are, and all that gets marked and measured.
Did they do it in this case?
I'm not sure.
Do you want to check your books to see if they did it in this case?
There should be a diagram. Another thing.
I'm all ears. Please look. Would that refresh your recollection going through your case file?
I'm just telling you what happens in some cases. I'm not sure if it was done here.
Well, but I think the jury wants to know also whether it was done here. So if you need to refresh your recollection, please, I'll give you some time to go back to your case book and see if it was mapped, diagrammed, or anything.
It should have been diagrammed. I don't know.
Well, but please go back to your case file. Let's see if it was. Maybe that will refresh your recollection.
I don't have all my books of this case, so I don't know if...
I'll give you a little hint. I'll save you the trouble. You didn't do it. You didn't do it, Doodle, did you?
I didn't. I don't do the diagrams.
And you didn't ask anybody to do it either, correct?
You know what? That's something that the crime scene detective takes care of with the crime scene technicians.
Well,
everything should be diagrammed and measured.
Please come on back out.
Yes.
Did you have the ability to speak to your crime scene detective?
Yes.
Did you speak to him quite often during this particular case to see what he had done and what he had not done?
I spoke to him, but I spoke mostly to my supervisor that was on scene.
It was your responsibility to make sure that if a diagram had to be done, that you were the one that was supposed to make sure that it got done, correct?
It was my responsibility that at some point I would ask for a diagram, and I never did.
Well, if you're telling me that at some point in time you were supposed to ask for a diagram, then can you tell me why you didn't ask for a diagram?
It was an assumption that it was done because that's what they're supposed to do every time they process a scene. And remember the magnitude of this case, how big it is in reference to all the pictures, the photographs, the measurements, what crime scene did, the people involved. At some point, I should have called it as a lead detective. Where's the diagram? And crime scene techs usually are the ones that provide that diagram. I've never done one. I'm just telling you I should have asked for it.
Well, let me ask you a question. When you finally figured out that you didn't have a diagram, did you speak to now Colonel Losat and say, Sarge, because he was a sergeant back then, right? Sarge, I screwed up. I need to get a diagram here. Can I get somebody to come back out here to do a diagram? Did you do that, at least?
No. And that's impossible once everything is taken away. And
so let's get back to that question.
Yeah, let me and
My apologies, Judge. I thought he was done.
Go ahead, Lieutenant. You can finish your answer.
so
Oh wait, did you have a different objection?
Judge, I do.
You need to approach.
Yes.
All right.
Detective Lugo, we left off with the issue of the diagram, remember?
Yes.
Okay. And so, even though there's another detective that is handling what we term the crime scene, you're the lead detective and you're communicating with that person, right?
Yes.
Okay. And when we're talking about a diagram, we're talking about a piece of paper, right? There's one type of diagram where everything is drawn, right?
Yes.
And then measurements are shown on that piece of paper where everything is at, right?
Yes, sir.
And sometimes they even, go from, the steps to the street and, where the cars are and a whole bit, right?
Yes, sir.
And when you look at that paper, it looks like kind of this picture because they've got the cars and everything put there, right? In the diagram. And you can tell from the steps how far to this blue car, right?
You should, yes.
The length of the car.
Yes.
From the steps to this particular gray car, right?
Yes.
If that's a material issue, right?
If they did the diagram, that should be included.
Okay. Now, in this picture, we can see on the porch that there are some markers, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And those markers are markers where evidence was found by your technicians, right?
Yes, and based on the picture, I can't see if those are the markers.
There's another picture we're going to get to in just a second.
Okay.
In fact, let me see if I can get that a little closer. You see that better? The markers?
Yeah, and the reason I'm saying that is because I know that when I got there, at some point they had used styrofoam cups to preserve.
And that's what those are.
Okay,
That's
so
why I've got pictures when you first got there.
Okay.
That's why I'm doing what I'm doing.
okay, so they did use the styrofoam cups as markers to just preserve what the shell casings were.
And then later on, your crime scene people come in, right?
Yes.
And they start now giving more information from marker to marker, right?
Okay.
They start putting that in a report. Marker number 1 is, 45 degrees from marker number 2. That's what they put in a report. So that you can tell, hey, where is this marker in reference to this marker? Because these markers are basically shell casings, right?
Yes, they are. I don't know that they say 45 degrees from another marker. I think what happens is that they say they will come in and they will take those cups away and they will put numbers.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So they will have markers that have numbers, and each one of those will be identified as a different number.
We're going to go to that right now so that
Okay.
the ladies and gentlemen of the jury can see that, okay?
So I have never seen it going from marker number 1, 37 degrees, was marker number 2. That's usually documented through the photographs. They try to follow it from back, and then they get closer, and I think that's, if that helps you, I don't know.
You see what I'm talking? Those are the markers, right?
Yes.
Okay, and that's what crime scene does, right?
Yes, sir.
And then the crime scene is going to have a report, and they're going to put in their report information that they believe is material to the homicide.
Yes, they're going to put in anything that was collected within that crime scene, and also the crime scene detective will document those, what each marker is.
Okay. So let's talk a little bit about this. So you get there; these yellow markers were not there when you got there. So we're going to go back a little bit, okay?
Okay.
And that way we can go to the actual picture of when you were there. So you get there, and when you first get there, let's see. When you first get there, you thought this was a drive-by shooting, right?
Oh, no, sir.
Being in front of this court, even in front of Judge Sabella for a hearing?
Yes.
Do you remember being placed under oath
Yes, sir.
to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
You remember the following questions. You
Wait,
were aware that
give the other side the page and line number.
28, starting at 5 through 12.
And give them a moment to look at it.
2, 12, 20. Remember the following questions and answers.
Okay.
Question, you're aware that a 911 call was placed at 2:22 in the morning, correct? Yes. Yes, ma'am. It was a female that was doing the questioning. Question, from its initial appearance, just initial appearance, when you first get there, it looks like a drive-by shooting. Answer, I think once you arrived at the scene and looked in, yes, it looked like a drive-by shooting.
Yes.
Well, you just told this jury that it didn't.
You're asking me about the showcases.
No, I'm asking you, when you first got there, did it appear to you to be a drive-by shooting?
When you first look from the street, there's a possibility of a drive-by shooting, so yes, it could give you that. But once the shell casings, and I see the shell casings,
We're not there yet. We're
Okay.
going to take you through the whole
and that's
investigation.
fine. So, but that's why when you're taking me, you're putting me here, looking at these shell casings, then you ask me, is this a drive-by? That's impossible to be a drive-by.
No.
That's all I'm saying. So,
When you first got there,
yes.
that was your appearance, right? When you first got there.
When I first got there, I know that whoever got shot was over there, so could it be a drive-by shooting? It could be. There's a lot of things that could be at that point.
Okay. And so you walk onto the scene, correct? And
Yes.
so you're wanting to see where all this took place, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so you see that to the left here, there are some chairs, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and there's a door that leads to the inside of the house, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you realize that that is where the shooting had taken place.
Yes.
So now you're going to want to, certainly at some point in time in your investigation, you're going to want to say to yourself, I need to see what the people that were up here, what they could see looking out.
Yes.
That's like a no-brainer, right?
Yes.
Okay. You want to see if what their perceptions could be, right?
Yes.
You want to see how dark it was out there,
Yes.
correct?
Yes, sir.
Because you're going to be evaluating whether what they're telling you is reality or not.
Yes.
Okay. And so let's talk about what you're going to do in reference to make sure that you're going to preserve that. Did you speak to your homicide detective to say, crime scene detective, I want to preserve that? Did you speak to, it was Hollis, is that who it was?
Hollis.
Did you speak to Detective Hollis and say, hey, Hollis, this is important for me. I need to know whether the witnesses and the victims in this case could perceive, literally be able to perceive what they're saying. Did you tell him, I want to do something about capturing what you could see from that porch out, without, of course, all the light that we have in that photo, because that's artificial light, right?
Yes, that's artificial.
Okay. And you knew that it was artificial light.
Yes.
And is it true that at no point in time ever did you go back to this scene without the artificial light in an effort to try to determine how dark it was without that artificial light? You never did that.
Did I ever go back to that scene?
In order to do that, for you yourself to see, I'm going to stand on the porch, I'm going to sit on the porch, in those chairs, and I'm going to see what I can see looking out. Did you do that?
No, sir.
Ever?
No.
In the last 12 years, you've never done it?
No,
right?
sir. No.
But you would agree it's very important, because you've got to be able to measure whether a victim or a witness can accurately describe what they're describing to you, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you never had Detective Hollis do any of that work for you either?
I never asked them. Like you asked me, did I ask them? No.
And that's not unusual work. You all do that in the homicide division all the time.
I don't have to ask him. That's his job. He knows what he needs to do.
So he failed to do
at that
it.
scene.
So he failed to do it.
I'm not sure what he did, but I'm telling you that's his job to do that. I can't go every time and tell a detective, hey, make sure that these photographs are taken He knows what to do with that scene.
But don't you want to know? I would imagine that you would have had a conversation with Detective Hollis and say, hey, Hollis, tell me how that worked out. Could you see when you were up on the porch? Could you not see when you were up on the porch? How dark was it? You never asked Hollis any of those questions.
I never did.
Even though you've admitted here in front of this jury how important that was.
Yes.
And even though you've admitted to this jury how often that is done in a homicide investigation.
Yes.
What was the depth of the porch?
I'm not sure.
What was the width of the porch?
I'm not sure, sir.
Did you speak to any crime scene technician that was out there? Any one of them?
I spoke to them, yes.
Okay, I want you to tell me who you spoke to and what direction did you give any crime technician out there?
I got information from them.
I don't want to know information. I want to know what direction did you get?
I didn't give them information. I didn't give them any direction because that is the crime scene detective gets to do that.
What if they do it wrong?
So they've been trained.
What if they don't do it?
Then there's a supervisor that's on scene also that stays at that crime scene.
What if he doesn't do it?
Let him finish the question. Was there another objection besides that? Don't talk over him. And he won't talk over you.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right.
What if he doesn't do it?
Then it's missed.
And when we miss things in homicide investigations, that, you would agree with me, is very dangerous.
It could be, yes.
You know that in this investigation that there were 48 bottles of beer that were consumed. Actually, 48 bottles of beer consumed. John's helping me, my math. That's why I became a lawyer. 54 bottles of beer consumed. Or at least bought and brought over. Where were they?
I don't know, sir.
Did you collect one bottle of beer?
I did not.
Did you collect any cocaine?
No, sir.
Did you collect any marijuana?
No, sir.
Did you collect any paraphernalia to smoke the marijuana?
No, sir.
Did you collect any keys to see if there was residue of cocaine on those keys?
No, sir.
You told the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that you left the scene in order to go to District 4.
Yes, sir.
In order to speak to witnesses. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Let's go ahead and take your seat, and if we need to come back over here, we will in a few minutes. Okay? Now, there at the scene, that scene that we just looked at, when you arrived, there was a gentleman by the name of Omar Balon. Correct?
When I arrived?
Yeah.
No, he wasn't there.
Where was he?
I don't know.
You have no idea?
No, sir. I believe in his house.
You thought he was in his house at 4:30?
No, I didn't think he was at his house at 4:30. I learned later on that they made contact with him, and he was at his house. But at 4:30 in the morning, I don't have no clue where he was.
Well, they made contact with him at 3 o'clock in the morning by knocking on his window, right?
I don't know.
You don't know how it was that he was informed that this horrific homicide had occurred?
No, I don't know how he was informed.
You just know that he was informed.
I know that they made contact with him, and they told me that they had the subject that they believe was known as Creeper.
And who made contact with him?
It was one of the deputies.
One of the deputies made contact. So you think one of the deputies may have knocked on his window and alerted him to come over here?
I don't know, sir.
But you spoke to him with a recorder at District 4, and you don't know.
Yes, I spoke with him at District 4.
In addition to speaking to him at District 4, you spoke to some other individuals, correct?
Yes, sir.
Jose Rodriguez, who was the only individual that was uninjured,
Yes.
physically uninjured, correct?
That's correct.
And you spoke to the Lucas brothers, who were not witnesses to the homicide, correct?
That's correct.
Because they were inside the home?
Yes, sir.
And who else did you speak to? I believe Mr. Balon, also known as Creeper. Let's just call him Creeper, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Creeper and his girlfriend you spoke to there with a recorder at District 4.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And you wanted to determine whether this shooting was related to gang activity when you went there. Right?
I wanted to find out what this shooting was in reference to.
No, I'm talking about you questioned these witnesses to determine whether they were involved in gang activity because you were suspicious of this particular shooting being gang activity.
When I interview these people, I don't know what happened. So there is a lot of possibilities. So I did question, and because of the area, could it be gang related? Yes. I did some questions in reference to that.
Because you suspected that it could be gang related. Correct?
Because there's possibilities that it could be gang related. So I don't know what happened. So therefore, it's open. I got to ask the questions.
I commend you for it. I'm not criticizing you that you thought that possibly it was gang related. You actually questioned them about gang activity, correct?
Yes, I did.
Judge, I would object to all the commentary.
Yes, Mr. Escobar, you can question the witness, but and you can lead the witness. It's cross-examination, but adding commentary is inappropriate, so let's avoid it.
You asked each one of them, did you not, if they were gangbangers?
I did.
Tell ladies and gentlemen of the jury what a gangbanger is.
It's a person that's involved with gangs and is participant on gang activity.
What does the bang mean?
That is involved.
So you think that gangbangers means that they are just involved?
That they're involved in a gang.
Okay.
That they're part of a gang.
Okay. And since you were part of the gang unit with the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, you would agree, Detective Lugo, that you had access to, at the very least, contacting that unit, that gang unit, to determine whether any of these individuals were members of a gang.
Yes, sir.
Right?
Yes.
Because when you were in the gang unit, that's exactly what you all did. You all went out into the community and tried to determine who's a member of what gang, right?
Yes, sir.
Because you wanted to curtail the violence that was taking place, right? Keep an eye on those people that are gang members, right?
You're talking about when I was in the gang unit?
Yes.
Yes.
But you never once contacted that unit to determine whether any of these people were gang members.
No, I did not.
You never did any database search whatsoever to determine whether any of these people were gang members.
No, I did not.
Despite knowing that 2 weeks before this incident, that house had been shot up by someone. You knew that.
No, I did not, sir.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Yes, absolutely. Please not discuss the case amongst yourselves or anyone else. Please not do any research related to the case, and please avoid all reports of the case outside the courtroom. Thank you. It'll be a short break. All rise for the jury. Exited the courtroom and the door is closed. Everyone may be seated. Lieutenant, you can stay for now. I don't know that we're going to discuss anything that you shouldn't be present for, but I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page right now. The last question was regarding a prior incident involving a shooting at the same location. Now, I'm going to tell you that this is the first I've heard of it. Now, the state has objected and indicated there was a motion in limine on this very specific topic and that it was something the defense was not supposed to get into. That very well may be the case from any of the other judges that have presided in this, including other trial judges and including a division judge that heard motions in this case. But this is the first I'm aware of it. I have a thing up here with a number of prior motions in limine rulings. So I don't know if it's in there or not. State, you've indicated that you've got some, but they may not be here.
Judge, I did not bring them today. There was a book of prior motion and limines that were filed by Mr. Pruner, and I believe that there was one that specifically covered that incident that occurred the week prior. So if you can give me a second.
Yeah, no, I'll absolutely give you time. I'll ask the defense, and that's one of the problems with when we have cases that are so old and we've had new attorneys. I mean, Attorney Gowdy, now Judge Gowdy, may be very well aware of that, and that's why it didn't come up in the last trial if there was a motion in limine that she was abiding by. But defense would be responsible for any of those motions. And
I have an order denying a motion in limine as it relates to gang-related affiliation and that the state filed, but there could be something. I'm still looking if there's something.
Judge, there was a motion that with regards to gang activity that was originally denied and then reheard, and then it was originally granted and then reheard and then denied. So the gang, I'm not objecting.
Yeah, but then we've been talking about gangs. I've been hearing about gangs all week, 2 weeks. But a shooting at that house is something I've never heard of before.
Well, Judge, I would be stunned that there would be a motion on that, because let's just think about it.
Well, you're stunned all the time. You're stunned by my rulings too, so that doesn't faze me.
But let's just think about it. 2 weeks before this homicide, and somehow we think that that's prejudicial and not probative to the defense?
I don't know the basis for why it was granted if it was in fact granted.
Well,
I want to start with the fact that somebody shows me that there was a motion on that and it was granted. And
okay,
who granted it? It wasn't me.
Yeah, I can tell you that I have never seen it.
Well, just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean anything, because if it was done, you have to be responsible for that, okay, right? Not your supervisors.
No,
but
we all have to be responsible. Absolutely.
Exactly. What's that? You want to be a supervisor? Appointed. Get your binder. All right, I'll give you all a couple minutes. Lieutenant, if you want to step down, you can step down. It's going to take us at least a few minutes to get to the bottom of this motion in limine. Just don't go too far.
Can I step outside?
You can step outside, absolutely. All right.
Judge, we found a reference to it in a motion. It appears to be dealing with, and Danielle, can you read what it's about?
Denitza.
It deals with a motion in limine in reference to witness Diego Lucas.
Yes, there were 7 parts. And subsection 7, any direct or implied reference to a purported drive-by shooting at the Lucas home a month prior to the homicides, which was neither seen or heard by Diego Lucas. It was in the motion in limine re-state witness Diego Lucas.
Is that the motion in limine that the state is referring to?
Yes, Judge, I do believe so, but it also, like any other motion in limine, includes that there cannot be any reference, implied, or direct to, or that it should just not be mentioned.
Well, but the motion was specific to the witness Diego Lucas?
Yes.
If you could show it to the judge so that he can see it.
No, I mean, but what's the title of the motion?
Motion in limine re-state witness Diego Lucas.
So the state's position is that carries over, that if they couldn't get into it, specifically couldn't get in it with a particular witness?
Judge, that's correct, but I still have not received my...
Okay, no, that's what I was going to ask you, if you'd gotten yours, so that
Not yet.
you want to compare if there was some other motion in limine. And I certainly can appreciate what you were saying, Mr. Escobar, about shocked or surprised, which I don't know is something we get into, but I'm also shocked and surprised that if you knew that there was a motion in limine prohibiting this from this witness, that you wouldn't ask me before like you did the other day with number 8.
I would have.
It doesn't come out when you ask the witness.
I would have.
And then we start looking at motions in limine.
I would have. I would have said, hey, Judge, listen, I want to revisit
state. Let me ask the state. State, are you still contending that you believe that there's a different motion in limine regarding any testimony?
Judge, I'm not. I knew that there was motion in limine specifically just because we have also been arguing about prior robberies and all of that. I knew that we had also addressed this shooting incident. With it just regard to Diego Lucas, because he's a potential witness. It could be, but could there be another one? I don't. That's what I don't know. I have a specific recollection that we were not to go into that area. Could it have been filed with just regards to Diego Lucas? I'm not aware, but that's what I would like to know, because there were so many motion in limines almost with every other witness.
Any idea why? I mean, if the topic of why would it be filed as to a specific witness if other people were aware of it?
Because this was the witness, Judge. There was a drive-by shooting that occurred prior to...
At that location?
Yes, Judge. And that is why it was a motion in limine. This ended up not being a drive-by shooting. Originally, as this was investigated, there were 403 arguments made about that were heard in addition to the gang motions that were heard twice, Judge. And so I just want to make sure that this was not, I believe this was a separate issue, and it did not come in the last trial because that's my recollection.
I never heard, well, and it wasn't asked to be revisited during the last trial, so I don't know why. But I'm not, my ruling is not going to be based on, things like that. But it appears that any prior rulings regarding gang activity, the progress of them was that they were precluded, but then that was expanded and they were allowed, because we have heard plenty of testimony regarding gang involvement, gang activity, gangs in the area.
Contest that. Like, I know that, but there were motions separate and apart from that are still in. You're right. And you may the one that they made me aware of one is regarding a witness named Lucas not testifying about it. But so far they haven't violated that motion in limine.
And Judge, just so that you,
this is Lugo, not Lucas.
And just so you know, he knew that there was, according to this group that was there at the house, that there was some beef going on with Westside. So, yeah, I wasn't at any of those arguments that were had before, but I can't even fathom it being objectionable that I can't, in a case for a homicide, get out from this detective that he knew that, and he should have taken proper steps to determine whether that was in fact related or not. Can you imagine? Can you imagine being denied the right to ask this detective, hey detective, did you do anything about following that lead? Can't ask it. I think we all in this room would want that lead followed.
All right, well, I just want to get to the bottom of whether there is a different motion in limine that would have prohibited that. If there is, then that's one thing.
Yeah.
If there isn't, then that's another thing. Specific battle that I'm deciding. Is a motion in limine and it was violated, or was no motion in limine, and whether some other motion in limine may have implications over the testimony of a different witness?
That's fair.
As a starting point.
Yeah.
I have a
One in here for
the 9. Is that the one for July of 2017?
You know what? I don't have the list of orders. I have a list of motions.
And if I found an order there today, yeah, that's from this year. I mean, there's one for no saying about a drive-by shooting to Dr. Mainland.
Dr. Mainland?
Yeah, but that's regarding this incident, not a week prior.
Okay.
That one's separate, yes.
And I have reference to a filed motion October 5th regarding Diego Lucas, and the ruling was on March 17, 2016.
March when, 2006? Part of the rulings? Yes, and there was one that
Judge,
was...
there was, and from page 116 of it is having to do with Diego Lucas, but it says any direct or implied reference to a purported drive-by shooting at the Lucas home a month prior to the homicides, which was never seen or heard by Diego Lucas. So it's specific.
So that might be the basis why it was granted as to that witness, that he can't testify because he didn't see it or hear it.
Judge, it is pertaining to this particular witness, but we all know motions in limine, and Mr. Pruner included it in this motion in limine, that it didn't say that it was just covering the testimony regarding Diego Lucas. It specifically is granting it any direct or implied reference to a purported drive-by shooting at the Lucas home a month prior to the homicides, which was neither seen or heard by Diego Lucas. That all of these motions in limine.
Is that the order? Are you reading from the order?
No, Judge.
I
I'm
just
reading
want the
from.
order.
What is that? Judge, this is from our motion in limine that was filed October 5th of 2015, and then Mr. Pruner went back and got the transcript from the judge, and it said on page 112, when the judge was in there pronouncing the rulings, that it was granted. Okay. I don't have the date of the...
There was no order as it relates to that specific number, which is number 7. There was a motion hearing on March 17, 2016, and then it was expanded upon in an order that was then filed and signed by a judge in July of that same year.
July 16th.
So, yes.
So let me get the order that was signed.
And that was specific to a reservation of paragraph 6. Again, as it related to Diego Lucas.
So that order does not address the Lucas testifying about the shooting?
No, but it's a subsection of each person in which the motion in limine was filed under, and specifically reserved to paragraph 6 is that order the finding of just granting or denying was just done in the motion hearing, no order.
All right, that's what you were talking about, that there's a
Correct.
transcript done.
Mr. Pruner got the transcript where the judge was making oral pronouncements, so not everything that was covered by the things that were not covered by
Not
the
everything that was ruled upon orally was ultimately contained in the order.
Yes, Your Honor.
And do you know who was at, not that it matters, but for time reference, what judge was on the case at that time?
Judge, I believe, and I'm guessing, but in October, I think that Judge Laura Ward originally had it. I know that Judge Samantha Ward revisited the game.
It was Samantha Ward.
It was, I apologize, then it was Samantha Ward. I apologize. So, Judge, the state's position is regardless of whether or not it was filed under Diego Lucas, the reference is very clear that there was not to be any direct or implied reference to that incident, and I would ask that Mr. Escobar stay away from that and the jury be instructed to disregard it.
Well, I don't know that it's that easy. I mean, the motion was filed particular to one witness, and there could be plenty of reasons why one witness can't testify to something, and it should be motion in limine regarding that, because their knowledge is not firsthand, because their knowledge, which would thereby not preclude it from other people, depending on the basis that Lucas couldn't testify to. Would you agree with me? If the reason for granting it as to Lucas was specific as to Lucas, why would that apply to any other witness? If the motion was he shouldn't be able to testify because he wasn't there, and the judge says, granted, he can't testify because he wasn't there, that means no other witness, including people that were there, now can't testify it because the court ruled that Lucas can't testify about it because he wasn't there. That's the state's position?
Judge, the state's position with that motion in limine, like any other motion in limine, is, which is standard language, is that there not be any direct or implied reason to mention it. Is there...
But why did the state put, if that's a topic that should not be gone into, a shooting at that house, why does it say from Lucas?
But because it came in reference to that particular witness, he's cross-examining a witness that wasn't even there. So he's bringing it up in a witness that we would have no reason to believe we would have to keep it out through this detective at the time.
But he's questioning the detective about I'm sorry, Lieutenant. I'm going to ask you just to step outside, just in abundance of caution.
Judge,
there's a completely different reason. He's asking this lieutenant, who was the lead investigator, whether he followed up on other things. He's entitled to do that. And one of the things is a shooting in that house that, yes, maybe Lucas couldn't testify because of a specific order, but the ability to question the lead detective about whether they followed up. This is the first I've heard of a shooting at that house. You're telling me that they can't cross-examine the lead detective about not following up on a shooting at that house. That's the state's position.
Judge, there were 403 arguments about a completely separate and unrelated shooting that occurred at this house.
Is that regarding Lucas?
Yes, Judge.
Well, why am I hearing that the motion regarding Lucas was that Lucas wasn't there, Lucas didn't see it, Lucas didn't hear it? So now we're going to put that aside, and you're telling me that the reason that Lucas wasn't allowed to testify to it is because it was 403. Apparently we have the transcript. You said that Mr. Pruner referred to it. So I want to see in the transcript where the judge said, because you're absolutely right, if the judge said Lucas can't testify about it because the prejudicial effect substantially outweighs the probative value, then I can see carrying it over to other witnesses, no question about it. But if the judge said that Lucas can't testify because Lucas doesn't know about it, because Lucas didn't see it, because Lucas didn't hear it, then that doesn't carry over to other witnesses.
Okay, Judge.
All right. So get the transcript and find out whether it was a 403 determination or whether it was a direct knowledge determination as to why the motion in limine regarding Lucas was granted. I'll give you as much time as you need. It's a very important issue.
Can I just read that one section of this particular...
What do you tell me what you're reading from?
Okay. Go ahead.
Okay, the state motion at the bottom asks that these topics are inadmissible pursuant to Florida statute 90.403 and or constitute improper impeachment of this witness or of a witness pursuant to Florida statute 608, 609, and 610 consistent with the above.
Okay.
And number 7 says, any direct or implied reference to a purported drive-by shooting at the Lucas home a month prior to the homicides, which neither seen or heard by Diego Lucas.
So that's why I want to hear what the judge said as to whether they did it as, you know what, it doesn't matter that he didn't see it and hear it. I'm not letting it in because its prejudicial effect substantially outweighs. Or the judge says, I don't need to get to 403. I'm not letting him testify about it because he didn't see it or hear it. That's all I want to get to in the transcript. And I'm hoping it's that clear in the transcript that the judge talks about that, Judge Ward. This before Judge Ward is available. I may invite Judge Ward down here to listen to it and tell you what she meant. So that's an option. While y'all, if it's not clear in the transcript,
Ask to Diego Lucas. And the court's granting it says granted as to Diego Lucas.
I understand that,
And that is on page 113 at line number 2 and 3.
and I understand that, but
They don't
If that's all she said, then obviously.
Unfortunately, in the hearing, it doesn't go into much detail besides granted as to.
see, I mean, that's a problem. Granted as to, and now depending on the reason, it may or may not be admissible through another witness. There's plenty of reasons to grant it as to one witness, but not carry over as to other witnesses. And the defense has my attention on the detective having knowledge regarding a shooting at that house. How long prior?
2 weeks.
2 weeks. Whether he and I don't know as I sit here whether he did or he didn't. And I don't know if this was discussed with him in prior depositions, and if so, why this didn't come up.
Judge, I didn't have the pleasure of deposing him because I wasn't in on the case. In fact, the vast majority, the only person that I've deposed is Wesley Smith and the Roney guy.
So what you're telling me is you don't know the answer to the question. When you ask him whether he followed up on it, he may tell you absolutely he followed up on it.
Or he may tell me no. And he may tell me that, hey, listen, I followed up on it and I ruled it out. And this is why I ruled it out. We'll see.
Well, I'm still thinking. I'm I guess still trying to determine whether I need to get Judge Ward, but I don't think so.
That's necessary.
I don't think so.
Think that
She said specifically as to that witness.
that's fine, Judge.
You have no idea where this is going to go, though.
I don't. But I'm pretty comfortable with it.
All right. Well, based on the fact that the prior motion in limine was specific as to Lucas, I'm going to overrule the state's objection at this time. I'm going to allow the questioning. Is the defense ready to go? Let's get the lieutenant.
Yes, we are.
Is the state ready to go?
Yes, Judge.
All right. And let's get the jury. Come on in, Lieutenant. You can have a seat.
Before I get to the area of,
Wait, let me make sure the state hears you.
before I get to the area of the 2 crimes that you have reserved on, we'll have argument. The
Okay.
2 crimes that morning.
Remind me.
There was one of a guy in a green van with a shotgun going into a...
Oh, yeah.
And then the other guy in a van that was running from law enforcement, and they stopped him. Those 2, you've reserved ruling on.
All right, well, ask to approach before you get into that. I ruled on some. The robberies were ruled on, I think. You think there's any chance of you finishing with enough
No.
time to redirect before 5:30?
No.
All right. So we can have our argument regarding those others when I let the jury go home at 5:30.
Perfect.
Very good.
Yes. Seated at this time, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, welcome back. We well, first let me ask, did anybody discuss anything about the case amongst themselves or with anyone else, or was anybody exposed to anything about the case during the short break? By show of hands. Excellent. Let the record reflect there are no hands. Again, thank you all very much. We're going to pick up with the cross-examination of the lieutenant, and you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, I think we left off. Lieutenant, I think we left off, sorry.
No problem.
Lieutenant, I think we left off where I had asked you whether you had received any information that this home had been fired upon by firearms 2 weeks prior to this incident.
I vaguely remember something in reference to that, but I don't recall.
Okay, so since you vaguely remember something like that, I would imagine that of prime importance to you was to go out there and to follow that lead and find out what actually happened. Right? That's like a no-brainer. 2 weeks before this,
Watch the no-brainer comments
Yes.
are not necessary. Your thoughts and feelings are inappropriate.
what about it?
Really, you kind of confused me with all the things. So can you ask that one
Yeah,
more time, please?
I would imagine, Detective, that when you hear something like that and you're investigating this particular case, you're going to want to try to follow that lead and either find it to be true or find it to be false, right?
Yes.
Okay, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you did in an effort to follow that lead.
Okay. And you just want to let me finish.
Go ahead.
Yes.
You can finish your last answer.
Yes, if you have information in any case that comes in, and as you investigate in that case, there's the opportunity for that to be involved, yes, you will go and investigate it and see if it's related or not. In this case, there was mention about a shooting that happened, but this case developed quickly and rapidly after we first arrived on scene. And the information that we learned quickly after this developed someone as a suspect. And I follow all that evidence in reference to where it took me.
Okay,
So
so what you're saying is, hey, look, I heard about this, and then an issue with a suspect, and so you followed the suspect issue,
yes,
but you did not follow the information that you had been given concerning a shooting that had occurred a couple of weeks before this incident on this house.
that's correct.
You never followed that lead ever again in the last 12 years of your investigation.
That is correct.
And we talked about earlier that when we don't follow leads, we lose them, right? They vanish.
Leads, yes.
And when they vanish, it is dangerous to our administration of justice not to find out what the truth is concerning that lead, right?
Yes.
Now, it would have been as simple as you may be talking to people, right?
I did talk to people.
About that issue. It would have been that simple, right? You could have talked to people, one thing. You could have talked to people in the neighborhood, right? You could have gone to this house and say, let me see if there's any evidence whatsoever of someone shooting this house or at this house that was not a .45 caliber ACP? That's simple. Going through the house, talking to everybody that was in the house, trying to find bullets that were either more .45 ACPs or some other type of weapon, right? You could have done that.
The house was looked at for projectiles, shell casings.
I'm talking about you. You got this information. Did you go to this house? Did you tell anyone with crime scene, hey, I just got this information. I want you to go over there and let's try to look for this. Did you ever do that?
No, sir.
Now, the morning of this horrific homicide, you spoke, I believe you indicated to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, a gentleman by the name of Jose Rodriguez, correct?
Yes, sir.
And he was an individual that you interviewed on tape.
Yes, sir.
And he was an individual that you asked to raise their right hand, to tell the truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, sir.
And that individual lied to you, correct?
I don't recall what the lie was.
Creeper.
Oh, he didn't say anything about Creeper knowing Creeper. Yes.
And you knew that he did know Creeper.
I didn't know at the time I was talking to him.
But you found out later.
Yes.
And so now, let's think about that. You interviewed Jose Rodriguez the morning of the homicide. And he is lying to you. He says he doesn't know who Creeper is. And Creeper just lives a few blocks, few houses down. Right?
Yes.
Lying to a police officer is pretty serious business, right?
It can be, yes.
And so, did you go over and speak to Sergeant Losat about the fact that this gentleman had lied to you in a very serious investigation?
No, sir.
You also spoke to the Lucas brothers, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And did you ask either of the Lucas brothers concerning whether they were members of a gang?
I believe I did.
And did you do any checking to see if they were members of a gang with your past unit?
No, I did not.
Did you go onto their Facebook to see what they were posting on their Facebook?
I don't even know if we had Facebook back then.
Oh yeah, we had Facebook
MySpace.
back then.
I don't remember, no.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Don't testify and don't comment on the evidence.
You don't remember? You don't think we had Facebook in 2010?
I don't know if we have Facebook or MySpace. I don't know which one it was.
Okay, well, did you look at MySpace?
No, sir.
You also spoke to Omar Bailon as well as his girlfriend, correct?
Yes, sir.
And did you ask Omar Bailon whether he was affiliated with a gang?
No, sir.
Did you ask his girlfriend whether Omar Bailon was affiliated with a gang?
No, sir.
Did you ask the girlfriend whether she was affiliated with a gang?
No, sir.
You never asked any of those questions, but you certainly wanted to get to the bottom of whether they were gang members. Why would you not ask that question if that was your intent?
When I first got there and I started talking to people, there was a possibility. At some point, everything got defined to a specific person arrived on scene. Asked for Creeper, okay? Then asked for IDs, then told everybody to get down on the ground, and that's when the shootings happened. So, to me at that point, this is targeted. It's something that is targeted. Before I have any of the interviews, I don't know, everything's open. Once people start telling their story, then I can see that this is targeted.
But
Don't cut him off. Let him finish his answer.
And the most important part to me out of this was whoever went there ask for IDs, but asking for creeper. So that made me think about, why would somebody ask for IDs if they know a nickname? And if they know the nickname, IDs don't have nicknames.
Okay.
So based on that, I'm already thinking, okay, that the person that went there knows creeper and maybe a name, because that person's asking for IDs. So now it makes me believe this saying about gangs, this is somebody specific. So that's why that thought that I had when I first got there, before any interviews with anyone, if it was gang related, yes. But once I start getting some of the interviews, this is targeted and it closes in. That's why.
So you mean to tell me, you're telling this jury that because the individual that did this horrific murder asked for creeper, you now assume that creeper is not a gang member?
No, what I'm saying is that because this is targeted, okay? It's targeted. Somebody that targets creeper. I asked creeper, and the information that I'm getting, nothing. No problems, no issues. So then I start looking, why would somebody come in here, okay, and get all these people at gunpoint, ask for creeper. When that person doesn't get an answer, then line everybody up and start killing people.
Well,
so when that happens, I'm thinking, well, this is targeted. And then shortly thereafter, more information keeps coming forward, and that's where we end up here.
When you're saying targeted, everybody was getting shot on that porch, not just anyone that may or may not have been named Creeper. Everybody was getting shot, but the first name was Creeper. Why not ask Creeper? Why not do an investigation to see if Creeper was a gang member?
So when I talk to Creeper, what I'm asking is, do you have problems with anyone? Why would anyone want to come into this scene looking for you and then willing to kill everybody that's sitting there?
So
that was my question.
So if Creeper is on either Facebook or MySpace, you know when they, what's this? When they're doing these
Objection,
things.
Your Honor. Counsel testifying.
You didn't go on Omar Bailon's Facebook, did you?
No, I did not.
You didn't go on Omar Bailon's MySpace, did you?
No, sir.
And so would you be surprised if Omar Bailon was affiliated with gangs?
No, I wouldn't be surprised.
Well, you just said you just discounted that this shooting could have been gang-related because somehow Omar Bailon said, I'm not affiliated with gangs. That's what you just told this jury. Oh, Omar Bailon told me I'm not affiliated with gangs, so I just discounted that.
That's not what I said.
Okay, so if you didn't say that, then tell me what you did to investigate whether or not Omar Bailon, also known as Creeper, was or was not a gang member.
I didn't do anything.
The first photo pack that you were going to show in this particular investigation was a photo pack to Jose Rodriguez. Is that correct?
The first one that I was going to show?
Well, that your investigation was going to show.
Yes.
Am I right? Jose Rodriguez. Okay. You knew at the time that you had made that decision to show Jose Rodriguez a photo pack. You knew that Sheriff David G., Sheriff of Hillsborough County, had issued a standard operating procedure. That's an order by him, right?
Yes.
Saying that the way that you were going to do these photo pack presentations was in a very specific way. It was a written document, right?
It was an SOP, yes.
May I approach you?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit number 12. I'm going to ask you to take a look at that particular exhibit and tell me if you recognize that exhibit.
Yes, sir.
Does that fairly and accurately depict the standard operating procedure for photopack presentations that was in effect on November the 25th of 2010?
Yes, sir.
We would move 12 into evidence.
Any objection to 12?
No objection, Judge.
Defense 12 will be admitted.
May I ask the witness to step down?
Yes, Lieutenant, you may step down.
Lieutenant Lugo, if you could come over here, I would appreciate it, so that we don't block.
Good job.
Please. Lieutenant Lugo, this is the document that is called a standard operating procedure that is given to you when they're enacted by your department. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And when they're enacted by your department, you're given a copy of this standard operating procedure, and the instructions to you are that you're supposed to read them, correct?
Yes.
You're supposed to understand them.
Yes, sir.
You're supposed to sign them.
Yes.
And then you're supposed to submit it back to your agency, confirming that you know what the standard operating procedure for a department is, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if you have any questions, you have Sergeant Losat, Corporal Bowman, a bunch of people that you can sit down with this document and have them explain it to you if you have any questions, correct?
That's correct.
When you read this document, you had no questions.
No, sir.
You understood it perfectly fine, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you knew that this document at this era in 2010 was a document that was very, very important for the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office, correct?
Yes.
And it was important because there had been a multitude of research done throughout the country concerning the presentation of photo packs to individuals in this country, right?
I don't know why the reason or the research.
No,
I just know that it was important.
And you knew that there was research. You may not know what the research said, but there was research that backed this particular document,
Yes,
right?
I believe so, yes.
Because everybody wanted to make sure in photo packs that they were done right, right?
All correct, yes.
Okay, and so our Sheriff G made this happen, right?
Yes, somebody did.
And this was done in 09, actually.
And I believe December 09.
Let me show you just to make sure that we're okay with the date. I'm going to show you Defense Exhibit number 12. Will you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury when that was enacted?
Yeah, December 29 of 09.
Of 09. So almost a year before this particular homicide, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So let's go through it because I think it's that important. When we look at the purpose and the scope, the standard operating procedures shall apply. So the standard operating procedures shall apply to all law enforcement officers, right?
Yes.
Not may, not can, not at your discretion, shall. Right?
Yes, shall means direction.
Okay. That means that you must apply these standard operating procedures. Shall. The word shall. See it right here?
I know what it is.
Okay.
And I know what it means. But you're telling me that I must, when you know that that's not what I did.
Well,
so what I'm saying is...
I'm not asking you that. You're not being responsive. I'm going to
Objection.
object.
Argumentative.
Well, don't argue, but I'll ask the witness to listen to the question and answer only the question being asked.
This is giving you direction that you shall apply this. Because you're
Yes,
law
that
enforcement.
should be applied.
Okay. And then it has a very important area here called the discussion, right? Because it's
Yes.
now going to educate you
Yes.
why this document is so important, right?
Yes.
And it says the guidelines set forth in this standard operating procedure shall be used under the various circumstances when dealing with eyewitnesses in criminal investigations. So this SOP dealt with criminal investigations, right?
Yes, sir.
And eyewitnesses.
Yes.
So they're giving you that direction. Eyewitnesses play a vital role in solving crimes, where in some cases, the only evidence that may exist is the testimony of an eyewitness. It is also important to keep in mind that eyewitness testimony may exonerate innocent parties. You understood that, right?
Yes.
Procedures surrounding the police lineup have remained unchanged for years, but research and DNA exonerations, you know what that means?
Yes, sir.
Have proven that eyewitness identifications can be somewhat flawed and should be handled more effectively.
Yes, sir.
That standard operating procedure told you that there was research in place as the backbone for why our sheriff decided to promulgate that rule, right?
Yes.
And then the sheriff tells you what his intent is, right?
Yes.
Sheriff G tells you it is the intent of the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office to seek more reliable procedures for eyewitness identification and ultimately mitigate potential misidentification of, most importantly, innocent persons, right?
Yes, sir.
It's a pretty strong statement by our sheriff, right?
It is.
Most SOPs don't go that far in explaining the importance of the SOP. This is a rarity. You've got tons of standard operating procedures, right?
Yes.
They're all of them. There are no standard operating procedures in all of the ones that you have at the sheriff's office that is that strong as to why our sheriff decided to promulgate that, right?
No, disagree. There's plenty of standard operating procedures
No.
that are strong.
I'm not that strong. That is telling
Objection,
you.
argumentative.
That's argumentative. You can ask it. You rephrase it,
That's
ask a different
strong.
question.
That's pretty strong. It's telling you, hey, listen, we've had some problems, okay? We've got some research that says we better change our way. Because if we don't change our way, it could be very dangerous.
Objection, Your Honor, as to commentary.
Yeah, sustained. You can ask a different question, but I'm sustaining us to that line.
So, you certainly recognize the importance of this SOP, right?
Yes.
Okay, let's keep going. It now tells you how we're going to do it, right?
Yes.
And it gives you A, B, C, D, E, and F.
Yes.
Page by page, what we're supposed to do, right?
Definitions. Yes.
Okay. And so it tells you that a display of photos or persons, and this is going to be of photos, consisting of one suspect among a number of fillers. Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what a filler is.
A filler is just adding the other photographs, persons that are consistent with the person that you put in the photograph. Whoever you believe your suspect is, all the other ones become fillers.
Okay, so this kind of tells you a little bit of that. It says a display of photos, okay, consisting of one suspect among a number of fillers.
Yes.
From which a witness can identify a perpetrator.
Yes.
And are composed in such a way that the suspect does not unduly stand out from the other persons in the lineup. Right? So they want to make sure here, correct me if I'm wrong, Lieutenant Lugo, they want to make sure that the features, characteristics and features of the fillers are like that of the suspect that you're putting in there.
I don't know about features, but consistency, that is consistent.
It tells you that the photos are going to be viewed once you present them, right?
Yes.
One at a time.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And then most importantly, the subject of the research, blind testing procedures.
Yes.
Blind testing procedures, how you're supposed to carry this photo array presentation to a witness, right?
Yes.
And everybody calls this blind
Double blind. Yes.
or double blind, right?
Yes.
Okay. And what it says in blind, it says an independent administrator administering the test does not know the desired answer.
Yes, sir.
That means someone that is unconnected with this investigation and doesn't know in that photo pack array who the suspect is, right?
Yes, sir.
Meaning that when you're doing a photo pack presentation to any witness, you're supposed to get someone other than yourself as the lead detective, someone that doesn't know about this investigation, someone that doesn't even know the suspect, to do the presentation to the witness, right?
Yes, sir.
This person would not be aware of which person in the photos or the lineup is the suspect, and would eliminate the possibility of unintentionally influencing the witness selection, right?
Yes, sir.
The whole purpose of getting someone out there that doesn't know who the suspect is because this procedure wants to guarantee that there is nothing that the individual that is presenting the photo pack, that he does nothing to suggest in any way, subconsciously or consciously, knowing or unknowing, giving any hints whatsoever, right?
Yes, sir.
It's protecting that police officer that may be totally innocent, but somehow by the way that they present the photo array gives some indication to the witness that, hey, this is the guy, right?
Yes.
And then, as we have in every profession, right, it also prevents someone that does it intentionally. Some police officer out there that wants to have the witness pick somebody out, this prevents that, right?
Yes, sir.
So it prevents two types of people. Those that innocently influence a witness and those that intentionally influence a witness, right?
Yes, sir.
And then it tells you here that you're going to use a digital system to try to actually pick out your fillers, right?
Yes.
Okay, but it tells you something that's very important. In picking out your fillers, should be evaluated with caution, right?
Yes, sir.
So it's a very delicate process
It is.
that has to take place in the selection of fillers for a photo array. You would agree with that?
Yes, sir.
Danielle, you're going to have to come over here because I'm not as savvy with this. Okay, and so they're giving you further instructions here on what you have to do in order to properly comply with these standard operating procedures in getting fillers in there, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so it says you're going to only include one suspect with any photo pack, right?
That's correct.
So you're going to have one suspect, 5 fillers. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then it says select fillers, non-suspects, right?
Correct.
Who generally fit the witness's description of the perpetrator. Who generally fit the descriptions of the perpetrator.
Yes.
Now, that means that you've interviewed witnesses, right?
Yes, sir.
And you've got a description from the witnesses of what the perpetrator looks like.
Yes, sir.
So if you've got a description that someone is 6'1", 6'2", 280 pounds, you want to try to get fillers that match that description, right?
Height don't come into question. All they're seeing is the face.
Well, let's talk about that.
Yes.
Because if someone is saying that you're 280 pounds, they're going to look a lot different from me, right?
Yes.
I'm $175.
Right.
And so-
Sustained. Sustained.
They're going to look different from me, right?
Yes.
And so if you put me with other individuals that are a different size than the descriptions that you've gotten from the witnesses, you may have a problem, right? Because individuals that are heavier may have more weight, in their neck like I don't have, right?
Yes, sir.
They may have a different body style. Maybe some people carry it here, right?
Yes.
So you're going to be asking those witnesses, hey, tell me, what you remember of the perpetrator, so that when you're doing the fillers, you try to get as close, but not too close.
Consistent.
Consistency, right?
Yes.
Okay.
But when you ask me about height, that's all I was talking about.
Right.
The height, that somebody can be bigger and be fat too. So, and what they're seeing is faces.
Right.
That's what I was referring to.
But you would agree that people that have more weight, for example, 280 pounds, may be a bit fuller.
Yes.
In their,
Weight.
okay.
Yes.
Okay. You're supposed to go through, this entire list, and then once you're done with this entire list, they're going to want you to take it over to a supervisor, right? It's in the SOPs.
Yes.
So not only do you have to try to select a good photo pack, but now you have to go take it to a supervisor to make sure that the supervisor, who has more experience, right,
Yes.
can look at that and approve it and say, okay, we got a thumbs up,
Yes.
right? And you're supposed to document, okay? Once you show it to a supervisor, you're supposed to document it in your police report. I went to this particular supervisor. The supervisor told me A, B, and C were good to go, right?
Yes, sir.
And then when you're talking to that supervisor, you're telling that supervisor, Mr. Supervisor, I want you to get me someone for that blind rotation. I want you to get me someone that is unconnected with the investigation here, someone that knows nothing about this investigation, to do the blind administration, right?
Yes.
You want that independent person who knows nothing about the case to do the presentation of the photo pack.
Yes, sir.
Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so, let's talk about Jose Rodriguez. Okay,
Yes.
I'm going to give you the Jose Rodriguez photo. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense State Exhibit 193 and ask you if you take a look at that. Okay, so in addition to this SOP, and they mentioned some documents that go along with this SOP that need to be filled out, right?
Yes.
I'm going to show you, Detective, what's been marked. Thank you. Let me show it to him first. I'm going to show you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit number 13 and ask you if you can take a look at that exhibit. See if you recognize it.
Yes, sir.
That fairly inaccurately depict a form that's required by this particular SOP?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Your Honor, we would move Oh, very good. Thank you for that. Okay. We would move defense number 13 into evidence.
I don't have any objection, Judge.
Defense 13 will be admitted.
I'm going to also show you defense 13A. Have you take a look at that one.
My eyes are not that great as they
You
used to be.
have glasses here?
No, it's just, those numbers are too small for me to see them.
You can use mine if you want to, but I'm not sure that it would do it.
I don't know what that means. What it says in there.
That was a form that we got from the sheriff's office, and that's your problem.
Okay. Yes.
You're familiar with that form. You've seen it
Yes.
before, right?
Yes, sir.
It's fairly inaccurately depict what it is.
Yes.
We would move 13A.
Any
Can
objection?
I just see it really quick?
Sure.
I think I know what it is. I have no objection, Judge.
13A will be admitted at this time.
Okay, so let's go first of all, if we can, to 13A, because I think that comes. That's 13. Okay, so clearly this is a document that's drafted by your department, the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Office. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and it's titled Photo or Live Lineup Sequence Form, correct?
Yes, sir.
And it says, whoever the blind administrator is, I have selected the following photographs, or if it's a live one, it's individuals, but this is a photograph, right? I have selected the following photographs
Yes.
to be viewed by witnesses in this incident.
Yes.
Each photo has been numbered on the back
Yes.
and was shown sequentially in a random order as listed below.
Yes.
The SOPs that we just went over, they have a very specific procedure on how you're supposed to number the photographs, right? When you select them.
Yes.
They say once you select the photographs, you place those numbers on the back of the photographs,
That's correct.
not on the front of the photographs.
That's correct.
And so you didn't do the selection of this photo pack for Jose Rodriguez, did you?
No.
Do you know, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, who performed, or who selected these photos for this particular photo pack?
I'm not sure.
Is there anything that you can look at that would refresh your recollection as to that?
I don't know who made the photo pack.
So you've looked for that information,
Yes.
and you can't find it within your file as to who actually performed or put together this particular photo pack?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Do you know if a supervisor was notified and approved this particular photograph, this photo pack?
It's not documented.
Is not documented.
No.
Did you take a look at this photo pack before it was presented?
Let's back up the one for Jose Rodriguez.
Yes, sir.
No, I did not.
You did not.
No, I wasn't there.
Okay. And there was a detective by the name of Detective Pramberger who had no knowledge and no contact with this investigation that did the actual presentation, correct?
Yes, sir.
And in fact, in addition to Detective Pramberger, there was another officer that went with Detective Pramberger, and he had no knowledge of the investigation, or more importantly, no knowledge of who the suspect was.
I'm not sure.
Well, did you want to make sure that that was the case?
I know Detective Prumberger showed it, and he had no knowledge of the case.
Okay. And so you felt pretty comfortable that the other detective would have no knowledge as well, right?
Yes, I can't tell you if he had somebody else with him or if he showed it.
But you know that the SOPs, it's a no-no to do a presentation, according to these SOPs that we just reviewed. It's a no-no for someone to know something about the homicide and know who the suspect is to do the presentation. You know that, right?
Okay, no, I don't agree with that.
You don't agree with that?
No, sir.
So you think that the verbiage that was written in this SOP for some reason is just wrong?
No, it's not wrong. It's accurate, it's consistent, but right on the top, it tells you that SOPs are guidelines. Guidelines, not laws. It says guidelines. So there was some modification of the SOP done by me, but it is a guideline. So the SOP is supposed to guide you in how you're going to act, how you're going to put it together, and how you're going to show it.
You know what guidelines are? When you got guidelines, you're not supposed to step over the guidelines, okay? These are guidelines, okay?
Objection again as to argumentative and commentary, Judge.
Yeah, rephrase.
Guidelines are, you're not supposed to step over the guidelines. They're telling you what you have to do. And more importantly, your sheriff is telling you what to do. The head guy.
He signs all of these SOPs. SOPs are there to guide you and help you in a way of conduct. Doesn't mean that automatically what it says on the SOP, it has to be completely followed. There's always circumstances that give you some leeway.
Okay, well, you knew how dangerous it was according to the SOPs. The whole reason for...
Objection as to argumentative. There's nothing that says it's dangerous in the SOP, Judge.
Rephrase.
You know how important it was in their own verbiage, the SOPs telling you, hey, we've got to do this. We've got to change the way we used to do it. And we've got to do it this way because we've got to protect the integrity of these investigations, right? In fact, the word, the integrity of the investigation, is even in the SOP.
Yes.
But you think somehow that you, as a relatively new detective in homicide, can change the rules.
Not that I can change the rules. It's just that I show the format, and at the time that we switched to this new procedure, the sheriff's office was trying to do better than everyone else. We were trying to get ahead and do better than everyone else, but it was okay prior to that. And it was okay for other agencies to steal the lead detective to show these photo box at that time. So when I showed this, it wasn't for...
You didn't show that one. It was Jose Rodriguez.
Yes, when I showed the photo box...
We're not there yet. This is Jose Rodriguez.
Okay, so...
This one was done properly.
Objection. Objection to commentary, Judge.
Judge, he's talking about something we're not talking about right now.
Instead of concluding that it was done properly or not, ask a question. Or if you want to redirect it...
You didn't present this one, did you?
No, I did not.
This was presented according to the SOPs.
By Detective Promberg.
By Detective Promberg, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the supervisor that got Detective Promberg to do it this way, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so you're saying to this jury that the sheriff's office was trying to do it the best that they could.
Yes.
By this SOP.
Yes.
And so we should ignore that and just do it however way we want to. That's what you're telling this jury.
Can we approach?
Sure. No, I don't. I just...
Okay. Sorry.
Detective, you just told this jury that our sheriff's department, right, the Hillsborough County Sheriff's Department, your sheriff's department,
Yes,
right,
sir.
wanted to do things as best as they could, right?
Yes.
To protect the integrity of the investigation, right?
Yes, sir.
And to avoid any possibility of misidentification, right?
Yes, sir.
But you're telling me that you decided that you didn't want to follow that. You were just going to do something different in the ones that you presented, right? Because you this one you didn't present.
I didn't present that one, no.
You agree, correct, that this one was presented according to the standard operating procedures.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So let's take a look at it real quick. Showing you this particular photograph array. Could you please take a look at it? from Jose Rodriguez? Okay. Were they the same photos that were presented to Daniel Beltran?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so what you did for the second photo pack is that you adopted those photos that were selected by whoever in the photo array for Jose Rodriguez, correct?
Yes, I was provided.
Okay. You were told, were you not, that Jose Rodriguez was not able to identify anyone in the photo pack that he was presented. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Let's go to the next step forward.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as defense exhibit number 13, which is up. And I believe, Judge, we have introduced both 13 and 13A.
I think so, Madam Clerk?
Yes.
Yes, you have.
This is another form that allows you to read to an individual
Yes,
instructions.
that's correct.
Is that correct?
Yes.
And then the individual, assuming that he has picked someone out, can actually identify the number of the
Yes.
person that he has or she has picked out, correct?
Yes.
And then there's a witness signature, correct?
Yes.
And then there's the blind signature of the administrator that goes there as well, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, if an individual does not pick out, there's also a form that allows you to put a negative result, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to hand you again the Jose Rodriguez photo pack and see if you see that form that indicates that there was a negative, meaning that someone did not pick out the photo of anyone in that photo array as the perpetrator of this homicide.
Yes, sir.
And is it marked negative?
Yes, sir.
Correct?
Yes.
And there's even a space where you have the word negative. There's a space below, right here. We'll show the jury. And once you come over here, we can show the jury.
Okay.
There's a negative, right? It says negative. And then there's some lines there, just in case that individual that's doing the selection wants to say something about their viewing the presentation. You can put it right there, right? Mm-hmm. And then the individual can sign it, acknowledging not only is it negative, but this is what I thought when I saw it, right?
The individual can sign it, yes.
And right? Okay. It's memorializing
Yes, what you just showed.
what took place in the presentation of the photo array. You would agree?
Yes.
Judge, can we approach?
Yeah. After a brief discussion with the attorneys, we have decided, actually, can, Mr. Escobar, can I have you move that?
I will. I'm sorry.
You're fine. You're fine.
Thank you.
I just like to maybe see all my jurors in case they have something or... All right. We've decided to go ahead and break for today. We're going to start early tomorrow, though. We're going to start at 8:30 tomorrow, so I'm actually coming a little bit earlier. Also, because it's Friday, and as you saw last Friday, and perhaps the Friday before, I think, I let you all go home early. We normally try to do that, but I don't know that we're going to be able to do it tomorrow because we're trying to keep on a schedule and finish this case by the end of next week. So I'm saying that we're probably not going to break early tomorrow. Again, I will not keep you past 5:30, but I'm not suggesting I'm going to go till 5:30. It's just I'm not going to let you go home at 3 o'clock tomorrow. The other thing that I'm going to do to make up a little bit of time is, and perhaps this is the best of the three, since it is Friday, and normally when we have juries deliberating here on Fridays, we order pizza from a very good pizza place, Palazzo Pizza. I'm going to provide pizza to you, and we're going to take a shorter lunch. So we're going to feed you back in the jury room. We'll give you, 45 minutes, maybe a little longer, but I'm letting you know now that we're going to provide lunch to you tomorrow. We're going to order some pizzas for you so that we can keep close tomorrow. As always, please do not discuss this case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Please do not do any research related to the case, and please avoid all reports of the case outside of the courtroom. We'll dismiss you now. Have a safe trip home. We'll see you at 8:30 in the morning. All rise for the jury. Jury has exited. Everyone may be seated. Sergeant, I probably should have asked you before I did that. Can I provide them pizza tomorrow if I keep them close? What's that? My wallet? Okay. We'll talk about that later. All right. Lieutenant, you can step down. You're excused for the day. You'll be back at 8:30 tomorrow. You're still in a stand, so please do not discuss your testimony with anyone, unless all the attorneys are present. Sometimes things come up that both of the attorneys decide that they need to discuss with you, and under those circumstances, it's absolutely okay. But the attorneys from both sides will need to be present.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything from the state?
No, Your Honor.
The defense is now due. You said there was those other two issues that I had reserved on?
Yeah, Judge, there's two issues. There's a robbery that took place of a store that dealt with an individual that was in a green, I believe, Michelle, correct me if I'm wrong, a green minivan.
Yes.
With a shotgun.
You're not wrong. I'm agreeing.
Okay.
That morning? Was that the one that was that day?
Yeah. And so, of course, Lieutenant Lugo was given that information because it was that day and it was a green minivan. And if the court recalls, there was one witness that had indicated that he thought it was a green minivan that had driven up. And so that I want to get in to see what the detective did, if anything, in order to follow up on that lead. The second one had to do with another individual in a minivan that had run from law enforcement in his vehicle. I believe, Michelle, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe there was a foot chase after he got out of the vehicle, and then he was apprehended.
What was the timing of that one?
I think that they were both within a relatively short period of time, right?
One was the 2010 595-132 was 11:25. 2010 at 4:48 a.m.
7:19 is the other one.
7:19 a.m.
In the morning.
And the possible link is the description of the involvement of a minivan in both of them as to why you suggest that this detective should have investigated or followed up.
The agency, in fact, did some investigation. He, I don't believe, did anything himself to follow up on that investigation. They even sent him a picture of which he can't even find of one of the cases, meaning one of the individuals. I think
So his answer is going to be the agency did some follow up, but I didn't. State, remind me. I know we had some argument. I know I have some notes somewhere.
We did, and our concern obviously was that there was no allegation that a robbery occurred. I understand the defense argument that they want to be able to question him regarding what his investigation did, but again, we are of the opinion that these were not related in any way other than that description of the green minivan.
And a shotgun.
And a shotgun. However, there was no allegation. This is not the only robbery that occurred involving this case. Was the robbery of the defendant that happened in January of 2010. There has been no witness in this particular case that has ever suggested anything other than a targeted looking for a person named Creeper. There was no allegations that anyone was robbed or anything of that nature, and so that's what our position was, that this was not, that it's not relevant or close or probative to the investigation in this case.
Can either of you definitively tell me that those other investigations were determined, or those other incidents were determined to not be related, or is it somehow a question?
You know, they never did anything with it, so there was nothing that we could.
But if they were clear, if they caught somebody in those, well, they caught the guy who ran on foot.
Yeah, but it could have been that, you know, they saw whatever crimes they were committing thereafter, but did not investigate their involvement in the crimes for which I'm defending my client. It's two different circumstances. I think they sent that to Detective Lugo so that Detective Lugo would do whatever he was going to do, if anything. And of course, he did nothing.
What, both of them or one of the two? Are we you know, clumping them together? And no. You said they sent that to him. Was that they sent him something on both of them or on one of them?
I think they sent him the one with the shotgun. They sent him a photo. That's my understanding. Michelle, you have it there? I believe that's the case.
Are you talking about the 2010 595-132?
It's the one.
Shotgun CVS?
Yep, shotgun CVS, yeah. They sent him a photo when he was asked at depositions, obviously by some other lawyer. He said he didn't do anything and he didn't have it.
All right, this is my ruling. And I mean, because I can't just allow, and I know I've drawn a line someplace else regarding other incidents, and we can't just go into, you know, speculate as to other incidents. But as to something was sent to him that he didn't follow up on, I'm going to allow.
Well, Judge, I think both were sent to him, by the way. But
well, see, that's what I was trying to.
Yeah,
I asked.
Yeah, both informations were sent to him. But I don't know what he did, because I believe his testimony is that he did nothing with it. Because of what he said. He said, "Hey, listen, you know, when I found out that there was a suspect by the name of Keetley, he disregarded everything else." I mean, that's going to be his testimony. And we've already got in cross-examination that you shouldn't rush to judgment because of danger.
I know, and I hear and I see what your argument is going to be ultimately. Ms. Doherty, I mean, the integrity of the investigation and the lead investigator receiving follow-ups or leads and not going into them, I don't think I shouldn't preclude them from going into it. Details and stuff like that, though, I'm willing to put a limit and a line on it. You know, detective, you received information regarding something that you didn't follow up on, yes, and move on.
No, Judge, if you're going to allow it in,
then you want to get
redirect, then yes, I would like to be able to go into the details and how they're not similar to this case.
I am going to allow, if there was stuff that was forwarded to him that he didn't follow up on, as to the integrity of the investigation, I think I have to allow them to get into it.
All right.
So I'm going to allow it.
Okay.
All right. Anything else?
No, Your Honor, but we, and I know that we are, can we talk possibly next week of doing extended hours? I just know that even Ms. Johnson cannot go beyond that Friday.
Oh, okay.
So.
Yeah, I mean, so that will eliminate us having to inquire with the jury. So what I suggest we do is we inquire with number 12, I think it is. Did I get it right that time? Seat number 12. I told them today that we wouldn't go past 5:30 tomorrow. I would rarely do that anyway, given that it's a Friday. But we can go up till 5:30 tomorrow. I will then tomorrow inquire with number 12, bring her in, and see if she can make preparations for the next week to go past 5:30.
And Judge.
And I don't mind starting at 8:30 every day.
Thank you, Judge. I
Yep.
appreciate that.
Yep. Okay.
Judge, one thing that.
Wait, just in case this is something that.
One juror,
Yep.
and it was followed by the
Uh-oh.
other jurors.
Uh-oh.
That you had mentioned lunch and them eating back there.
Yeah.
Then they followed that with, are we gonna be able to go outside and smoke?
Oh. I mean, yeah, we're just going to limit it maybe to 45 minutes, and if they want to grab a piece of pizza and go outside, as long as, though, they've been pretty good about getting back on time, so I'm not going to keep them cooped up in the room. I'm shortening the lunch break and providing them food so they don't have to go someplace and stand in line to get food.
Okay, because that's one thing that they mentioned on the way out.
Yeah, is that it?
That's it.
Oh, that's an easy one. All right.
So 8:30 tomorrow?
8:30 tomorrow.
Thank you, Judge.
Yes. Anything from the defense? All right, thank you. Have a nice evening.
So you want me to have witnesses here like lunch, after lunch? Correct.